like we can skip all the intro stuff for tonight. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late. Daggone Mac OS Monterey or whatever it is, and OBS decided to have an update, and Mac didn't like it, and everything crashed, and then nothing I did would work. Everything I tried to pull up, it would just crash. So I had to go back to 3 versions earlier, try each one to get back to one that worked. So I'm back 3 versions now, and I don't have any of my bells and whistles. I do have a background, but it's a little hazy. But I'm here, and it's Politi-tics night, so let's rock on. All right. Whew, good gracious. How is everybody? Sorry it took me so long to get here. It was not my plan. I apologize. Please forgive me. I don't like being late. But I'm here. Hello, Amber Grounds. Hello, Amy. Hello, Sue. Hello, Cosmo. Hello, Linda. Who else is here? Hello, what it is? Big John Nugget. Hello. Did I see an Andrew?
You've seen an Alan.
Alan. Hello, Alan. Welcome to the show.
And Mabel.
Mabel, hi.
That's Victor's wife.
I know who Mabel is, and I'm glad you got you a profile. I will be checking your channel out later if you got one. Kevin, hello, my friend. Whew. Good gracious.
Let me know what time you decide to stop on.
I can only go back to 8:49, so that's where I'm starting.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to miss the intros, so just assume everyone said hello, and I said hello, and everyone talked about food, and everyone talked about weather, and somebody said something sarcastic, and now we're caught up to Ferd. Ferd and Wildwood, says Ferd. I don't know what you're referring to, but I'm with you. It's Mabel, maybe. I like that. Mabel says, Amy, my father would turn in his grave if I ate fast food. Little uppity there, are you? No, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Your dad probably had a good sense of, don't put that in my child, it'll kill her. Good man. Alan says, cooking at home is cheaper and much better. It is. Cooking from a garden's even better than that, but that's very uppity. It takes a lot to keep that going. What it is says, damn, that value menu. Right on. Alan says, cool, Ferd. And Ferd says, and Dalton, too, actually. Well, Whitefield Company. I don't know what you were talking about, but I guess you guys do. So I'm sorry I'm late. I just have to catch up where I can. And my chat won't let me go back any further than I am, so here I am. Amber says, good evening, friends. Hi, Amber. By the way, Amy, I'm assuming it's you. You get the gold star tonight. I'm going to have a cup of coffee. You want to have a cup with me? Don't you guys want to join us for a nice hot cup, which mine is empty, by the way? If you do, go to the kitchen, pour yourself a nice hot cup, and let's get to talking about something. If you don't have a cup, you might be able to get one in the description below. I don't know if it's even showing up right now or not, but if it is, there's one down there. But we also have stainless steel tumblers, big ones and little ones. They have the UntetheredLive logo on the front. Locking lids. They look great on your coffee table. Get one while supplies last. Also, like, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available in the chat box. But if you want to, you can do that by going to paypal.me/jakejohnsonband, or if you're a CashApp user, $JakeJohnsonBand. Every little bit helps, and I need a new computer, so help. All right. One last thing. Go hang out at facebook.com/UntetheredLive chillin'. The link is in the chat somewhere. It's a great place to hang out. You guys will love it. It's free, and the ladies are killing it with the memes over there. It's very entertaining, so go check that out, please. Don't forget to hit that like button. Kevin says, hello, Amber. Hey, Kevin. Linda says, hi, Amber. Hi, Linda. Big John says, the last time I ordered fast food, I couldn't catch the DoorDasher. He's fast, was he? Mabel says, ciao, Amber. Ciao, Bella. Amanda says, I cooked at home. We had meatloaf with creamy pasta and sweet corn. Yes, we did, and it was delicious. I love meatloaf. Amanda says, hi, Amber. Alan says, where you at, Ferd? What it is says, I like looking under the cow pies for mushrooms. Well, if you get the one with the little black stripe on the bottom of it, I understand that one will take you to the moon. And I said, thank you all for your patience. I'm working on it. I worked on it. Thank you, dear. Nice, fresh, hot cup of coffee. It's good to be the king. Amber says, nice to see familiar faces. Yes, it is. Amy says, hey, Amber, I have to get a bubble mailer. I haven't forgotten about sending you that Bible. Yeah, let's not forget about that. Amber needs her Bible. And if you don't get one, let me know and I'll get you one. But I think Amy's got it. Patty's here. Hey, Patty. She says, hello, everyone. Kevin says, hello, Patty. Amanda says, hi, Patty. Linda says, hi, Patty. John says, hi, Patty. Amy says, Nugget, I watched a video. Some guy bought a pizza from a DoorDasher. Huge tip. I'd be mad if it was my food. Yeah. Yeah, that would. You mean bought somebody else's food from the DoorDasher? Paid him off to take their food? Yeah, that would suck. Patty says, everybody all right? Yes, ma'am. I didn't get your email last night. I hope you figured that out with getting Amy's phone number. I still have it, and I'll still send it to you, but you got to email me or give me your email address, one or the other. You asked me to remove it from the chat, but it was not in the chat, so I'm guessing it only showed up on your side, and YouTube didn't let it go through. Amy says, hey, Patty. And Kevin says, even the trolls are late tonight. I know, right? I'm sorry about that. I really am. I worked hard to get to you. It just wouldn't go any faster. Ferd says, Jake, make sure you read all these comments. I will, as many of them as I can see, till it hits midnight, and then I'm turning into a pumpkin. That's the new rule. I had to implement that rule when it went crazy. Used to, I could get through the chat, but we've got so many people coming in now. I can't get to the bottom, so I have to quit. However, tonight is going to be a little different. There won't be as many trolls here tonight because I did not have time to go into vertical mode like I usually do, as you can tell. Nor do I have my Politi-tics background up. So this is Politi-tics, but it says Untethered Live. That's the best I could do in a pinch. I did what I could, man. I'm here. I was just about to go live on my phone. What it is says, it's a good time for a cigarette break. Let me smoke one for BE. That's me, Big Egg. Thank you very much. Actually, that's my dad. I'm Medium Egg. I used to be Little Egg, but I'm not so little anymore. Amber says, hello, Kevin. And Linda says, Kevin is on troll patrol tonight. He's going to have an easy job because I didn't get a chance to go vertical, and that's when all the trolls show up. And all the views. I'm not going to get all the views tonight either. We're at 22 right now. Normally we'd be like at 1,000. So you give and you take. What's more important is that my friends get to be part of the show. Remember that next time somebody badmouths me about being a capitalist or whatever, that I will often shoot myself in the foot for your entertainment. Speaking of which, I don't know if you guys saw the post that went on last night from It's Me. He earned himself finally. He got banned. I finally kicked him out for good. I kicked out his comment anyway. If he shows up tonight, I'll kick him out for good. But he insulted me on a very personal level, and I don't like that. I work very hard to be true and to be earnest and to give you guys what I believe is the truth and to, accept you all as you come, whether it annoys me or not, including him. And I've given him months and months and months and months to try and work him in, to try and get him used to not being himself. But he showed his butt last night. It's in the comments. I didn't delete it. Go check it out. You'll see what he said about me, and you'll see what I said back to him. And so there's no more It's Me. Amanda says, shh, Kevin, that's because he wasn't, and that's because he hasn't went live yet, so it's not showing up in the shorts yet. Right? But it won't tonight. I have to be vertical for it to show up in the shorts. Amber says, Ferg, smiley, smiley, cool, smiley, smiley, cool, smiley.
Yeah, I know you have to be vertical, but I was thinking you were going to go vertical. I didn't
Joining me always is Miss Amanda, everybody.
Hi, Untethered Live. Jake forgot about me.
Once again, put your mouth up closer to the microphone.
Hi, Untethered Live.
Thank you. Kevin says, I love trolls. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. I like them well done, too. Crispy. They don't know what to make of me because I throw it right back in their face and they're not expecting that. Sue says, we need to feed Jake, but he's not here. Well, I'm here now, and this is just for you.
Feed Jake, now I lay me down to sleep.
There you go. That's just for you. I can't play the whole thing because even though it's out of context, I got a copyright claim on that song, that clip out of context. I still get a copyright claim. It's not even the same song. I don't know what they're talking about. Amy says, LOL, fire. Fire in a crowded room. Did you just break the second amendment? First Amendment? Did you just break the First Amendment? Jake says, please do. I need a Mac. A new Mac. Amanda says,
He's not here yet. Or he's here, just not live.
yeah, I am here. Alan says, TikTok. Never. I don't sell out to Chinese trolls. Besides, it's not YouTube. It's the computer that I'm using. It's just old.
It's like Jake.
Old and crotchety. Kevin says, LOL. Amy says, Sue, I can send you his album. Thank you. I appreciate that. Amber says, 5:55 Western time. Y'all say your wish.
I thought you were supposed to do that at like 11:11 and
5:55.
Is it 5:55? Okay.
It's whatever numbers are all the same. It's actually 3:33. That's where it started. That's the witching hour, in case you didn't know. You ever heard that expression, the witching hour? It's 3:33. Now you know. Man, knowing is half the battle.
Right.
Big John says, sounds like Jake Mac is cheese. Jake's Mac is cheese, and it even looks like a cheese grater. So it's a big, heavy, bulky aluminum thing. It's not like your regular computer. I could run the world from this Mac when it was new. Literally. Amber says, good thing Kevin already knows me. Ha 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 ha. I'm rarely on topic and not a troll. I doubt you're a troll. I like you, and I know you too.
LOL Nugget.
And Sue says, you're supposed to say a wish at 11:11 when all four places on the time are the same. I mean, that's however you want to play it. Linda Davis says, Nugget, I'm surprised Jake hasn't made it. Swiss cheese yet. You mean stomping up and down on it? Yeah. Shooting it full of holes? I'm tempted. Amber says, Jason Zimmerman. Who is Jason Zimmerman? Oh, is that how I invite friends? I don't think so. If you're talking about Facebook, you have to do it on Facebook. You can't do it from the chat. Big John says, Linda Smiley. And Amanda says,
LOL Linda, he would if he had another one.
yes, I would. Amy says, Amber, send it via Messenger. The screen with the likes. Press the arrow button. And Amanda says,
that's a YouTube link.
that's the YouTube link to this channel.
Yes.
Why do you need to invite her to the place she's already at?
Just giving her the link so she could share it to somebody if she wanted to.
Oh, okay. Or you could just type in youtube.com/UntetheredLive. That's the channel.
Okay.
Amber says, how is everyone today? Fine. How are you? Nice to see you. Amy says, this cross. Right on. Sue says, to get back on chat, click where it says live chat below the share option. Yeah, make sure you're on live chat, not top chat or all chat. Live chat. That's the one where you'll see everybody. Mabel says, good, Amber, how are you? Amy says, I'm exhausted and I don't know why. Probably thinking about me so much. It exhausts me too. What it is says, full of grub and had a massage today. Nice. I bet that was nice. Amber says, thank you, Smiley. Amanda says,
I'm sleepy, but it rained most of the day, so.
yeah, I went out to check the mail and got wet, and I was like, good gracious. It's raining cats and dogs. I went outside and stepped right in a pool. Sue says, I still have to make an Ann Boylan dress for a Halloween party on the 11th. I'm feeling overwhelmed. You should be. Halloween's on the 30th, so.
Of next month.
You feel the pressure yet? Yeah, it's September 27th. The 11th would be next month also.
Yeah.
That's how months work.
Yeah, well, you said Halloween's the 30th.
It is.
Yeah, well, it's the 31st of October.
31st, whatever. It is. Not the 11th, which was the point. She's
Right.
under the gun. She's feeling the stress.
Oh, what is it? A massage? LOL. How's your doctor friend doing?
You have a doctor friend? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're dating a doctor friend. You told me about that. How is that working out? Have you got the secret massage yet? You know, the one with the ending? The one that's not so sad? Anyway.
Did you get off in La La Land there for a second?
What it is says best time to take a nap when it's raining. I agree. Or when it's hot. And you got a fan blowing on you. Out like a light. Amanda says,
What did I say? Oh, nice. Nice. What is it?
that is not what you said, but I'll take it.
Which one is it?
I know.
Oh,
right?
I know, right? What is it?
Big John says, I'm in a good, funny mood. I slept all day. Nice. You got any good jokes? I'm in a hurried up over my skis kind of mood. Sue Wood says, it's been raining here too, and thunderstorms. And Sue says, Nugget, you're on an American schedule. I don't know what that is.
He's on American time.
Living on American time. Living on American time.
Tulsa time.
I don't know what I'm doing, but I got a gun to prove it. I'm living on American time. How about that? What it is says, she's a busy woman on October 25th. It is impossible to go to dinner. No, I read that wrong. She's a busy woman. October 25th is impossible to go to dinner. Ah, so you haven't even been to Pound Town yet.
I think the last time we heard about it, it was him and her daughter that went to dinner.
Ah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Bringing her family. That means something good. Linda says, I had a relaxing afternoon considering how many people I have in the house, right? Kind of hard to have a relaxing afternoon when everybody's going crazy, isn't it?
Nice. What is it?
You can say it.
What
it is.
What it is?
It's better. Rolls off the tongue better. Amanda says, LOL, Linda.
Yeah. LOL, Linda. All them people, you shouldn't have to do anything. You shouldn't have to do anything. Make them do it.
Hey, that's an idea. Put them to work. That's what my dad used to say. Come on to the house. I'll put you to work. I didn't want to come over to do work, Dad. Well, you're here. That tree ain't going to cut itself down. Okay. Where's the chainsaw? Here's an axe. Yep, that was my dad. Sue says, I just got a flash flood warning. Well, hike up that boiling skirt and tippy toe out to the high ground. Linda says, right, you would think, Amanda.
LOL, Linda.
Mabel says, Sue, I hope you're okay. Me too. Where's Jake? Right here. Here I am. Cosmo says, yay. Hey, Cosmo. Nice to see you, my brother, my cousin, my friend,
Yeah.
my countryman.
He said, message me when he comes back, Amanda, or when he comes on. I'm like, okay.
Sometimes you just got to fix a computer.
That was him coming back when I messaged him.
I've kind of been having problems with it all week. This just culminated in the crash of '05, the great crash of '05, and I got to fix it. Amber says, yikes, Sue. And Sue says, finally, here I am. Almost like y'all expect me to be here or something.
Imagine that.
Where am I at? I jumpeted.
906.
906. That's the name of a religious organization in Milledgeville, Georgia. At the college campus. That was the first woke people in the country. First sign of wokeness. The 906ers. Thank you, Angela. Thank you very much. 906. What it is I got my popcorn and soda pop, and I'm ready for the show.
What is sody pop?
Soda pop. Soda pop. Coke. We call it Coke in the Southeast.
Or soda.
We do not call it soda. You might. I don't. I call it a Coke or a Mountain Dew. Amy says, coffee time. Right. Amber says, I'm lots hazy. Really? Stop smoking so much dope, Amber Grounds. Sue says, I'm glad you made it, Jake. Thank you, Sue. I am too. I was getting kind of worried there that I was going to have to cancel. But I made it. Got her working. I don't have any of my bells and whistles, but I'm here. That's all that matters. Cosmo says, hello. Bill Bennett says, hello, fam. Bill, nice to see you, my brother. How are you tonight? Big John says, no worries, Jake. Thank you, Big John. I appreciate you, brother. Amanda.
My chat jumped. Hold on.
907.
I knew I was in that area somewhere.
Kevin says, hey, Bill and Cosmo. Linda says, hi, Bill. Cosmo says, hi, everyone. Hi, Cosmo.
Oh, hi, Bill.
Soph Allen says, hey, guys. Hey, Soph. How you doing today? Amber says, hello. Wave your hand. Debbie's here. She says, only Amy said sarcastic stuff. I told you. Somebody did. Hi, Debbie. How art thou this evening? What it is says, we talked about you, Jake. Like, what the hell? I know, right? Lazy ass can't even make it on time. Like he's walking around here thinking he's the king. I know. Amy says, hey, Bill. Amanda says, hi, Soph. Amber says, LOLO. L.
Hi, what is it?
Kevin says, if God creates everyone, explain liberals. God has a sense of humor and he gets bored. Amber says, is Amy S. here? I do not believe so.
LOL, Kevin. We can't all be perfect.
Right. No accounting for taste. Kevin says, yes. Well, maybe she is. I don't know. Amy says, I'm being sardonic. More sophisticated than sarcastic. Correct. I agree. 100%. I'm also sardonic. And misanthropic, which most people just, that goes right over their head. Amy says, I'm here, Amber. You're Amy S. I thought you were Amy E. Are you both? Amy S. and Amy E? Because I'm lost otherwise. Patty says, I'm here, Jake. Hi, Patty. Amber says, Kevin, God has a sense of humor and a sense of fatherhood. He does. And also he gets bored, so liberals. So Fallon says, hey, beautiful Amy. Aw. Kevin says, hello, Soph. Amy says, hey, Soph, how is your mom? Beat her to the punch. I like it. What it is says, do you think Jimmy Kimmel is humbled? Not even a little bit what it is. Not even a little bit. He did not admit he did anything wrong. The only reason he's back is because a terrorist shot 3 bullets into the ABC building and they caved and put him back on the air to keep them from doing that again. Personally, I would not like to know that the only reason I'm back is because my boss negotiated with a terrorist to get me back. That nobody wanted me there. I'm only there because of terrorists. Yeah, I wouldn't want that. that doesn't say a lot about me as a person, if that's the case. So, no, unfortunately, I think Jimmy Kimmel's going to double down, which he did. And I think that he's not learned a thing, which he hasn't. And I think this is just the beginning of all of that. People have had enough. Even I've had enough. I've started kicking people out, and I never did that before. I'm just not playing that game anymore. Amy says, Jimmy Kimmel, right? Soph says, Amy, my mom is not doing well, unfortunately. Sorry to hear that. Kevin says, what it is, are you trying to be funny? No, he was asking a legitimate question. Amy says, like, share, subscribe, and if possible, if you can do it.
VJ.
Thank you, Amy. Soph says, how are you guys, Amy? I hope you're doing really well today. I hope you're doing really well all the days. Kevin says, where are all the trolls at? Unfortunately, I had to rush to get here because my computer died on me. So I am here with a fix. I don't have the vertical live. I don't have my bells and whistles, and I couldn't put the show out the way that I typically do on a Saturday. So the trolls are probably not going to be here tonight. That's going to keep my views around 40 as opposed to 13,000. So
It's okay. Us trolls, us troll knockers can handle a night of relaxation and having a good time.
As long as the show goes on, that's what matters. So the next time somebody tells you that I'm capitalist and I'm trying to make money off of you guys, you tell them that I'll show up even if there's no possible way of making money. Amber says, oh my gosh, yes, please. I'd love a book-style Bible. Amy said she was going to send you one, so you got one coming. Amy says, Soph, the grief is manifesting into physical illness. Could be. Sue says, I have a chumish. I'm sorry. Does it itch? What is a chumish? It sounds like that little thing I got growing under my arm. Amy says, I'll send it Monday, Amber. All right. Thank you, Amy. And Amber says, Amy S., smiley face with herpes, and Mer, smiley face with breasticles. I assume that's Mer. Or it could be Mir, which doesn't make any sense. So I'm going with Mer, which means shit. Mabel says, tell me why I say dinner will be ready when you are home. And the man brain goes, I should grab us ice cream on the way home. Because the man brain heard, hey, don't you want some ice cream? And he said yes. And he stopped and got some. That man ain't paying no bit of mind to what you tell him. He can barely remember his own name. When he's driving home, he hears this. Bzzz, boobies, bzzz, boobies, bzzz. That's it. Trust me. Maybe that helps. It'd be nice to have some ice cream after dinner. Maybe he was trying to surprise you. Big John says, in Britain, Keir Starmer is trying to introduce digital ID. 2 million have signed a petition against it already. He's trying to make Britain a communist state. Yeah, they're trying that here too. They just haven't rolled it out yet, but they've been talking about it aplenty. The whole world is trying to go digital. Everything. Digital money, digital ID, digital social life, the whole nine. I would resist that as much as possible. I know the irony, right? Because I'm here digitally, but trust me, it's better for you to not have everything digital. Amy says, what's a chumish? That was my question. And Amanda says,
He's not in vertical, Kevin. LOL.
Kevin?
Yeah.
Like 7?
Yes, I was typing too fast.
Cosmo says, Politi-tics. Which point? This is Politi-tics. That means everything we talk about will have a political type bend to it. Or work its way around to the Bible somehow. It always does. Are you trying to say you came here to talk politically, and if you are, what would you like to talk about? Get us started in a direction there, Cosmo. Amber says, Amy, yourself, first place. No, yourself first, please. Please, yourself first. Pinky promise, I understand the wait. Ah, got it. And Sue says, Amy, is a Jewish Bible. It's basically the entire Old Testament. Amy is a Jewish Bible? Amy, I didn't know that about you.
No, that Cumish or...
Oh, a Chumash, a Chumash, whatever she said. That's a Jewish Bible. We got it. I didn't know Bibles could be Jewish. I mean, I guess that would explain the curly cues and the little hat. What's that thing called? Can't remember.
Yarmulke?
Yarmulke. Kevin says, Jake, thank you for replying to my email so quickly. I hope it helped. I do. Anytime, Kevin. That's what I'm here for, literally. Amy says, thanks, Sue. And Soph says, hey, Susie, how are you, beautiful? And Amy says, Aaron is celebrating his son's birthday, and he said hi. Yes, I know, and happy birthday, Aaron's son. I thought they were going to pop in here at some point tonight so I could sing him happy birthday. Amber says, wow, Amy, guess what? What? Amy says, guess what, chicken butt? I like it. And Sue says, hi, Soph. I'm good. How are you? And Amber says, you're the first person in a while for me to learn a new name. Elizabeth is not S. Got it. Cosmo says, I heard her pretty good before kissing the mic. I'm just saying. What?
When you told me to get closer to the mic.
Right. Well, there's a difference between hearing and hearing professionally. You want to hear the voice reverberate into the microphone. You might can hear it right here, but it doesn't reach everybody, and it causes confusion when you're talking over people because it's not at the same level. But if you're here, everything makes perfect sense.
That makes sense.
Which is why you should put your mouth on the microphone. Fab Daddy, what's up, buddy? He says, a man walks into his home carrying a duck under his arm and says, this is the pig I'm having sex with. And his wife responds, that is not a pig. And the man said, I was not talking to you. I like it. I have heard that before, but I like it. That's a good joke. Soph says, hi, Susie. No, sorry. Good, Susie. I hope you're doing really, really well. I added a really, but I think the sentiment was there. Amanda says,
LOL, thanks, Cosmo. Oh, hi, Fab.
Amy says, LOL, hi, Fab. And Linda says, hey, Fab. And Kevin says, hello, Fab Daddy. What it is says, sometimes a good old kick square in the ass out the chat door. Right? Amen to that. Sometimes it's necessary. And Sue says, I am, Soph.
LOL, thanks, Cosmo.
Cosmo to the rescue. Oh, I got to show you guys something. Check this out. This was a pleasant surprise. You can't see that it's green. But how about that? Sorry about the green screen effect. Trying to get it where it'll get the light glare off of it. Anyway.
Tilt it back. Straight and forward and back. No. You had it.
There you go. Take one. And it Comes with its own little marker and everything. That was a gift from YouTube. They sent it to me today. I don't quite have a YouTube plaque yet, but that was a nice gesture. I'm working on the plaque, though. It will be coming at some point. So they are recognizing that I am changing the world one little piece at a time. I also got some free tickets to some movies, which I may or may not ever use because they haven't made a good movie in a very long time. Nonetheless, I like it. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
We might just go watch a movie just to play in the theater.
Maybe. All right. I've also got a YouTube bag around here, but it was a really cheap bag, so I just gave it to a friend of mine. Sue Wood says, I am Soph, and Amanda says, thanks, Cosmos, and Soph says, I had a cold last week, Susie. Yes, you did. What do you have this week? Which was annoying. Those tend to be. And Amber says, 333, heart, 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 heart. Sue says, is that why I'm always up at 3 a.m.? I'm a witch and didn't know it. I don't know. Do you float? If you float, you're a witch. I'd explain it to you, but it's complicated. Or you could watch, what's the guy's name? The Holy Grail. John Cleese's group.
I don't know.
Can't think of their names. Anybody?
What group?
John Cleese's group. Cleese. The movie Holy Grail. Rachel's here. She says hi. Hi, Rachel.
Monty Python?
Monty Python. You could watch Monty Python if you really want to know how to tell if you're a witch. But if you float, you're a witch. Or if you're made of wood. Sue says, oh no, Soph, I'm sorry. And Kevin says, hello, Rachel. Amanda says,
Hi, Rachel.
Amy says, hi, Rachel. Sue says, hi, Rachel. Soph says, I know, right, Susie? I hate having a cold. It's so annoying. You know what I hate?
What?
Hatred. It's so annoying. What it is says, well, what time is the bitching hour? Ah, it's funny you should ask that. It's 6:30. That's what time you get home from work. Mabel says, hello, Rachel. And Cosmo says, message retracted. I can't read it if you retract it.
What are you saying?
Huh? Nothing. I was answering a question. What do you say?
Oh, okay.
Sue says, I've heard about a lot of people with colds right now. Even my friend in England has one. Wow. I guess it's coming for me. I hadn't got one this year so far. I guess when I get one, it'll just hit me like a whammy. Out cold. Cosmo says, whoever said you can't make this stuff up? Obviously, never worked for CNN, MSDNC, ABC, CBS, NBC, NPR, The Washington Post, or The Huffington Post.
Or AP.
Exactly. You can make this shit up. They do it all the time. That being said, it's not even entertaining anymore. It's getting old. And they're learning very quickly that we're done with that. It's people like me that do this better than me that are going to take over the world as far as media is concerned. News as a institution is dead. New media has taken over the scene. It's just going to take a little while for them to realize that they're dead and stop broadcasting. Eventually they will, though. Amy says, darn it, I was reading that, Cosmo. Yeah, Cosmo. Dadgummit. Now you got to retype it so you can tell us what you were saying so that we don't miss it. And Soph says, oh no, Susie. And Rachel says, have a good night. Rachel, why do you pop in and then leave? Hang out with us for a little while. Are you too cool for us? I'm not too cool for you. Hang out with me for a little while. Tell me what's going on in your life. See? Amy says, don't leave, Rachel.
Night, Rachel.
Well, that sounded cold. Cosmo says, I had to make correction, Amy. He was saying the same thing he said the second time. He just didn't say it right the first time. And Soph says, hey, Susie, did you know that I was born in Australia? Yes, we did. I need to go close windows I had open before it starts raining again. It's probably a good move. What it is says meow. Oh, yeah. Soph says, and it's spring season, so I'm getting lots of warm days and some cold days. And Amy says, October 11th. Sad face. What happened on October 11th? Other than address deadline. Angela Ashkin says, I'm here, guys. Sorry I'm late, and hello to all. I hope everyone is great. Hey, Angela. How are you, sweet lady? Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. And Sue says, knack back. Clack-a-lack-lack. I hear you. Give a frog alone. No, I didn't, Soph, says Sue. And Linda says, hi, Angela. And Soph says, how was your weekend going, Susie? Well, it was going fine until you asked. I'm just kidding. Amanda says,
Hi, Angela.
Amy says, hey, Angel. And Sue says, it's been okay, Soph. And Soph says, yep, I was born and raised in Australia. I love Australia, Susie. It's so awesome. Do you speak with that weird accent where everything has an O in it for some reason? Or are you more like the Crocodile Dundee Australians? And Soph says, yep, I love it, Susie. And Amy says, Soph, watch out for those spiders. The hunting spider is the only spider on planet Earth that'll hunt you back. Very scary spider, size of my hand, and will attack you full on and not let up. You got to kill that with a 9mm or better. Sue says, how's your weekend going, Soph? And I was born in Arizona. Arizona. I like Arizona. I've never been there, but I like how it presents. Angela says, Kevin, Linda, Amy, and Amanda, heart. No heart for me. I see how you are. What it is says, well, Nugget, you're up late at 2 a.m. And then my chat jumped. Hang on.
9:25.
Thank you, ma'am. A lot of 925s. Soph says, my weekend's been good. I went on a date with my boyfriend on Friday night because it's been 2 years since me and my boyfriend have been dating, which is so amazing. You went on a date because it was 2 years since you went on a date? That is amazing. And also a strange reason to go on a date. How about because it's Friday? You have to wait another 2 years before you go on another date? How does that work exactly? Sue says, that's great, Soph. What it is says, they dug me out of the garden. That's how I was born. Old born when dirt was created. I got you. Old as I am, huh? Soph says, yep, my boyfriend makes me laugh so hard, Susie. I cry when I laugh. Have you ever done that before? Cry when you laugh? That's the exact opposite emotion.
Laughed so hard you cried.
Yep. Nope, I can't say that I have. Big John says, what it is, 2:25. I am a night owl. Thumbs up. I am a night owl also, Big John. I don't even get woke up until 10 p.m. I don't even feel like a human being until about 10. Then I get an energy spike that lasts until about 4. And then I wean down until about 4:30, 5 o'clock. And by 6 o'clock, I can get sleepy. And I usually go to sleep between 6:30 and 7 and wake up at 8. Welcome to my world. And Linda says, I bought myself a circular saw this week, and one of the boys and I built a new gate. I get excited when I get my own tools. Yeah, I prefer to have a saw that cuts lines, because a circular saw, you can only build things that are round. All that cutting in circles. Sorry. Sue says, yep, I have, Soph. And Amy says, paint it pink, Linda. The circular saw or the fence? Amber says, what's the area code for 906? 906. Or the zip code? Oh, I don't know. What is a 906 other than the religious organization that was in Georgia College and State University in 1999? And I really don't know what they were referring to, 906, but that's what they called themselves. It was the first sign I ever saw of wokeness on college campus. Before that, they actually taught education there. Sue says, I wake up around noon your time, Nugget. Right on. And Soph says, when was the last time you laughed so hard, Susie? Odd question. Sue says, if I was in the UZKM, the UZKM, I'm going to assume you mean if I were in the UK, I'd wake up at noon. Bill Bennett says, it's not soda, it's pop, LOL. Some call it pop. Some call it soda. Some call it sody. Sody pop. Coke. Cola. That's all I can think of. Linda says, Amy, I do have a pink drill. Now you can drill a hole in your circle that you cut with your circular saw, and then you could have a wheel. Put a wheel on that fence and call it a wagon. And Soph says, it is morning time here, Susie, in Australia. It's 11:27 a.m. Nice. Amy says, I agree, Bill. Cosmo says, woke or walk. Informal, U.S. adjective. A state awareness only achieved by those dumb enough to find injustice in everything except their own behavior. Very good. I like it. We should do a show that deals with definitions of words like that. I think we could get a whole show out of it because they say a lot of things. Sue says, if I was in the UK, I'd be asleep from about 5 noon. From about 5 to noon. Right on. Amy says, half of the chat disappeared on my end. Oh, no. Go back up and hit live chat and make sure it didn't just go away that way. That's bad. Amber says, I can tell you the area for it. I'm born and raised in Georgia. Gotcha. Where at in Georgia? I was born and raised in Sandersville, Georgia. And I went to college in Milledgeville, Georgia. Among other things. I also went to college in Florida. Different college. And in North Carolina. Yet another type of college. But I didn't realize I was talking to a bona fide, genuine Georgia girl. I think everybody ought to be sent to Georgia to learn how to smile. All the women. So, I bet you got one of those Georgia peach smiles, don't you? Fab Daddy says Mountain Dew is made by Pepsi. But if you like Coke over Pepsi, I do not. However, I was referring to what we call the drink, the fizzy drink. Doesn't matter if it's made by Pepsi or Coke. Coke is a nickname for the drink where I'm from. You buy a Coke even if it's a Sprite. You say, you want a Coke? Yeah. What would you like? A Sprite. There you go. Sue says, Soph, I had another friend in Australia once, and we found out we were only on the same day between midnight and 5 a.m. my time. Oh, yeah? They're in the future. I had a friend in Australia once. His name was Michael Golf. And he started out as a troll. And he wrote me the most insane, insulting letters that you could imagine. And I countered with even longer, more insane, more intellectual letters and beat him down. And we went on like this for about 3 months. Every day. 2 or 3 letters a day. Every day. I would not let him get the last word. I would not let him defeat me. Because everything he said was nonsense. And I beat him down and I wore him down. And then finally, in the middle of a heated barrage of insults flying and hurtling, he asked me a legitimate question and I answered it legitimately, and it sparked a conversation. And we became friends almost immediately. I gained his respect. I won. And we talked for about a year back and forth. 2 or 3 letters a day. He would send me packages of little things that he picked up over in Australia. Little chunks of wood, little toys, little books about things there. And I would send him stuff from here. And then I guess we had enough. About a year of that, and finally we just stopped talking. No ill will, but he was a good guy. He was a voracious arguer, but I won in the end. Let that be a lesson to you. If you ever think you're going to have the last word with me, I am a Christian, but I take turn the other cheek literally. And I have an arm attached to my other cheek. I will be swatting you across the lips when I turn my other cheek. Soph says, I am good today. We have surmised. Mabel says Dr. Pepper is made by Pepsi too. Aha, touche there, Fab Daddy. What do you got to say about that? Put that in your little pipe and smoke it. Soph says, wow, what time is it where you are, Susie? And Cosmo says, Georgia here also, Amber. Yes, we are strong represented with Georgia tonight. Mabel says, And Sue says, right now it is 6:29 p.m. on Saturday, September 27th. Soph, I'm on the west coast of the United States. And Amy says, my last name starts with an S. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Thank you for clarifying. Because when people ask for Amy S., I'm thinking of the other Amy that came in a while back.
That's Amy B.
Amy B. That's what I'm thinking. I thought her last name started with an S.
Nope. Amy Elizabeth is Amy S.
Got it. Okay. See how observant I am? Not very. Bzzz, boobies. Bzzz, boobies, boobies. Bzzz. That's pretty much it.
Lies.
Walter says, good evening all. Hey, Walter. And Soph says, awesome, Susie. What is your favorite song at the moment? Susie. Amanda says.
Hi, Walter.
Kevin says, hey, Walter. And Sue says, I really don't know, Soph. I kind of get into whatever gets stuck in my head at the moment. What about you, Soph? Soph, Susie. Angela says, he isn't humbled. Talking about Jimmy Kimmel. He has no humility to humble himself with. And I think he will be gone when his contract is up. I think you're probably right about that, Angela. And I also think that he's going to double down while he's there because he's got nothing left to lose. He is there because terrorists threatened the studio to keep him there, albeit half of the studios are not airing his show, only a certain, so he's lost like half of his broadcast ability. So he technically isn't back. He's just back in a couple of places. But because of terrorism. So I think that's a pretty low bar. I personally would be offended by that. Fab Daddy says, I believe the FBI is lying about Charlie Kirk's shooter. I do too. Let me clarify. As a person who broadcasts the truth, I am bound to stick with the narrative as I see it, as long as it remains clear as a line of evidence as to what occurred, based on what I've seen in the videos on the day that it happened, based on the reaction in the moment. That's what I'm going with. That being said, Jake is no fool, and there is some fuckery afoot when it comes to the Charlie Kirk shooting. One thing I know for certain, this is what I know. It's not what the news says. This is what I know to be true. That was not a 30-06 that I heard shoot at Charlie Kirk. And that was not a wound from a 30-06. How do I know that? Because I own 30-06 and I shoot them regularly. And even at a very low grade of ammunition, a 110 grade or a 90 grade ammunition, that means the grain count of gunpowder, it's going to blow a hole in you the size of my thumb, and on the backside, it's going to come out about the size of a grapefruit. That's what a 30-06 does, and you can do that at a mile. If you can hit a target at a mile, you'd have to aim way up and hope that it hits. But if it hits that target even at a mile, the bullet's going to go slap through whatever it hits. It ain't going to stay in the body. That's another thing I know. 150 yards, there's no way that bullet is going to stay in the body. It's not possible. It would blow out the back of his head. It might have taken it off of his shoulders. That's a possibility. I've seen that happen with deer. And a deer neck is way thicker than a human's neck. So yes, there is some weirdness about the Charlie Kirk shooting, but I have no proof of anything. I'm accepting all theories, and there are some good ones. The guy with the palm gun, the guy with the cell phone gun, the guy in the bushes, the guy over here, that guy over there. Yeah, that all looks weird. But there's no evidence to back any of that up. So basically all I can tell you is Charlie Kirk is dead. I saw him die. He's not getting up from that. And that's it. I don't have anything else to verify because there's nothing verifiable. But you're right. They're lying about it. Why? I don't know. And Linda Davis says, hey, Walter. Amy says, I do too, Fab. And Kevin says, Fab Daddy, how so? That's why. Because when you look at something that clearly isn't true, you tend to feel weird about it. Soph says, I like Inya Dark Sky Island. Me too. I don't know what that is, but I like it. Amy says, hi, Walter. And Sue says, nice, Soph. Angela says, I don't, Fab Daddy. Not at all. The Charlie Kirk shooting? Yeah. Some people are going to buy the evidence. I don't. I can't. Because I've shot a 30-06 and I know what they sound like. And that was not one that I heard crack when Charlie got shot. There's any number of reasons that can be explained away. I don't know the answer to that. He is dead. He did get shot. How? I don't know. But whatever the narrative is on the news, it's not telling you the whole story. Just be open about that. Just watch. Just be aware that you're not being fed the truth. I would start every news broadcast with that kind of information because I have rarely heard them tell the truth in anything. Now, why that is, I wouldn't begin to be able to surmise, but there's something going on. We'll figure it out eventually, maybe. Soph says, I always love Inya, Susie. I like to be Inya, too. Since I couldn't sleep, my mom introduced me to Inya and put me right into sleep mode. Well, now I take back that joke. Pardon me.
Oh, wait, what? I missed it.
Stop shoving food in your mouth when you're on a podcast and say something.
I wasn't.
Do I not hear you chewing?
No.
Are you sure?
You're bomb positive.
Okay. Maybe I'm hearing me chewing.
I don't know what you're hearing.
Who knows?
I don't know where we're at. My chat jumped.
I don't either. 9:35. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da. Susie says, Chumash is pronounced Mahush. Well, I can't see how that could happen.
Humash?
Humash. Oh, Humash. I see. It's pronounced Humash. So the C is silent? Interesting.
I'm assuming. I've never heard of it.
Me either. But they got quite a few books over there. And I'm going to stick with the one book. Fab Daddy says 30-06 hitting 6-7 inches of neck will not stop a bullet flying at a 10-degree angle with 10-degree pitch. I agree with that. What it is says, is a troll knocker like a fart knocker? Yes. And just as stinky. Amanda says 9:34.
Right. What is it?
And Walter says, hey, Jake, Amanda, Sue, Angela, Fab, Linda, Amy, Cosmo, maybe Mabel, Vera, or Rachel, Kevin, and what it is. Sorry, I can't read tonight either, apparently. Soph says, what's the weather like in Arizona, Susie? Hot and rusty. Kevin says, Fab, do you think they're lying about the weapon? I think there's any number of things it could be, including that's the wrong weapon. Remember, they found that weapon. They did not see him with that weapon. There is a video that looks like he's got something, but you can't make out what it is. I've looked at all the video that is available. I have not seen him with that weapon. There is a video of him with a weapon in his bedroom. It's not the same weapon. The weapon that they found at an abandoned building or house at the edge of the campus property, and that house belongs to the campus.
They found it in a wood
And
area.
they found it in the bushes right between the yard of the campus and the yard of the house. There's a little patch of woods there that you can see right through, and they found it laying in there like it was put there to be found. And that's that. The narrative is it was a 30-06 Mauser, but I heard the shot when it happened in real time. That was not a 30-06. I'll give you an example with my mouth. This is the sound of a 22. This is the sound of a 30-06. Hear the difference? A 30-06 sounds like a cannon going off. There's no way to avoid that. It is a big bullet. It makes a big sound. And that's not what everybody heard that day. But it did sound like a AR-15 or a 22 caliber bullet or something along those lines. And a gunshot, by the way, is as distinctive as any other sound. Once you've been around them enough, you can hear basically what caliber the bullet is by the way it reverberates. Within reason, you might not be able to pick exactly what it is. Like you might not be able to tell the difference between a 9mm and a 22 at a distance, but you can definitely tell the difference between a handgun and a rifle at a distance. You can tell the difference between a small bullet and a large bullet at a distance. So there's something weird and fishy about the narrative. I wish I could be more precise. The one thing we know for certain is a good innocent man is dead. That we know. Sue says, I'm not in Arizona, but you know how the weather's there, right? Amy says, they said the last administration made a list of conservative targets, and Charlie Kirk was on the list. Tyler Robinson received a $50,000 money transfer. Follow the money. Really? This is the first time hearing about money being added to Tyler Robinson. Please elaborate. Where did you hear that from? Fab Daddy says, yes, and shooter location. Well, I don't know. I saw a video of a guy on a roof from a college kid saying, hey, there's a guy on a roof. And then I heard the shot. And then I saw a video of him jumping off of a roof. I don't know if those two roofs were the same roof, but they were the same color. But then again, all those buildings are the same color. So I don't know. Big John says, hey, Walter. And Sue says, thunderstorms are coming. And Debbie says, Fab, are you a ballistics specialist, or is that what CNN told you? No, I don't disagree with him. I imagine that's what CNN told him, but I also feel that way because of what I heard. And I told Amanda that while we were watching. You can ask her. But I don't know what that means. I also know that so far I haven't heard of them giving an autopsy, which is unusual for a murder. Angela says, Fab Daddy, we have no idea where it went or even if it came out yet. We don't know if an autopsy was even done. We do know that it did not come out because there was no exit wound. I have seen the behind footage. He did not have an exit wound. And the doctor that received him said that they found the bullet under the skin. Now, I don't know why he would be looking for the bullet unless it was obvious it was under the skin and he pulled it out when he was examining Charlie. Or if that was a back way of saying that they were giving him an autopsy at the hospital. I don't know. There haven't been a report as to whether or not he has had an autopsy. But the doctor that received him at the hospital said that the bullet was under the skin. Whatever that means, I don't know. But that's the evidence as far as it has been presented. Mabel says, comment about Vic coming home with ice cream. Him and our not child, Hannah, went to her football tryouts, and they walked in the house eating ice cream, and I was speechless. But he did buy me one, too. Well, there you go. He didn't leave you out. Maybe it was just like a father and daughter thing. They wanted to get some ice cream. Or son, maybe. I don't know. Hannah sounds like a girl's name. Maybe it was a father and child moment. They wanted to get some ice cream, and they thought about you and said, we need to get Mom one, too. Could be that. But I understand. Don't want to ruin the appetite before dinner. But I think overall it's probably just a bonding moment. Walter Davis says, Linda, is everyone still at the house? So far as I understand. Soph says, what are you having for dinner tonight, Susie? Mabel says, he will be on soon. Good. And Sue says, I already talked about that. Yeah, go back up and read. She had dinner. Walter Davis says, hey, Soph.
LOL, Mabel.
Amy says, there's several 2A channels discussing that a bullet of that caliber and at that distance would have went through. Listen, I'm telling you with 100% certainty, there is no possible way that a 30-06 bullet at 150 yards, regardless of the grain count, would not have went all the way through. There's no chance. A bone won't stop it. A steel rod won't stop it. A cross on his neck won't stop it. That's not going to happen. It will go all the way through. It is a very powerful. There's a reason that they used to use 30-06s for sniper rifles, because they're powerful and they're accurate. 100%. I can't think of a reason that would stop a 30-06 bullet in the flesh. It goes through. I've shot deer at 200 yards, and it went all the way through and left a hole that big on the other side. Batshit Crazy says, hey, folks, or evening, folks. Hey, Batshit, nice to see you. Big John says, I hear Trump is going to town on Portland on the Antifa. Good on him. He's declared Antifa a terrorist organization, and the left is apoplectic about it. And I think that's funny. They deserve it. They should have been called a terrorist organization during the Summer of Love when they were burning things down and capturing cities. Remember Chaz or Chop, whatever they called it? The demilitarized zone where everybody nearly starved to death and 3 people died because they don't know how to run a city. Yeah, that place. Big John says, I read that one. Fab Daddy says, Angela, the doctor said that a bullet was found under the skin, but that's all. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know whether that was a back way of saying that they were giving him an autopsy or if the doctor just found the bullet right under the skin. In either case, that's not what a 30-06 does. And I'm not guessing. I've shot enough things that I know what I'm talking about in that particular instance. I'm not a ballistics expert either, but I know what a 30-06 bullet does, and I know what it sounds like. It's unmistakable. All you got to do is go to a range and shoot one, and you'll know. It's unmistakable. Soph says, hey, Walter. Amanda says,
hi, Bat.
And Walter says, hey, Bat. Kevin says, hello, Batshit. Linda says, yes, Walter. Plus Hayden, of course. And Amy says, hi, Bat. Angela says, Fab Daddy, what doctor? Cut a neck bone with a spinal cord. Stop it. No, ma'am, it cannot. No, I've severed many spinal cords with a 30-06. That's where I shoot a deer, right in the neck. And a deer neck is way thicker than a human's neck and way stronger and more dense bone. So there's absolutely no way that it would stop it. And the doctor when Charlie got shot, his team grabbed him and pulled him off the stage and into an SUV. And they took off towards a hospital, which was about 4 miles away. And as they were en route, they were passed by an ambulance, and they didn't stop. So they kept going to the hospital because they were already halfway there, and if they'd have stopped, it would have just taken more time. So the ambulance is going to the scene, and they're going to the hospital. When they got to the hospital, they drug him into the ER, and they grabbed him up there and took him up, I guess, to a surgery, or into an OR at least. And that's the doctor, whoever received him there is the doctor that said he found the bullet just under the skin. And Sue Wood says, Humash is pronounced Humash. I think that might be a better way to demonstrate it. It's a Hebrew word. A Humash has the Old Testament in English and Hebrew, along with further explanations. It's a companion Bible, yes. And Walter Davis says, Hayden is a given. And Linda, how's Danny doing? Amy says, I agree with Fab on this one. Things are not adding up. Rest in peace, Charlie. Yeah, I don't want to jump to any conclusions. I don't want to say that I know what's going on because I don't. I mean, there's theories everywhere. Israel did it, or, this group did it, or the government's in on it, or I don't know. All I know is what I'm being told don't add up. And if it's bullshit, it usually smells like bullshit. And it does. And also, everything is bullshit. That's my thesis. I've always stuck to it, and it's never led me wrong so far. This is no different. And Linda says, Walter, he was here all summer and comes back every weekend. And Amy says, nice. Congrats, Jake. Thank you. On the little clapboard. Yeah, it was pretty nice of him. I was not expecting that. And Walter says, congratulations, Jake. Thank you. And congrats on the placard, says Fab Daddy. Thank you. It's a clapboard, like for filming. It's just a trinket. I don't use clapboards, but it's nice to have one. It makes me look more professional.
It's the thought that counts.
It is the thought that counts.
And it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. Big John says, fantastic, Jake. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. And Sue says the Torah is just the first 5 books. Yep. They are believed to be presented to the Jewish people on Mount Sinai. What it is says, cool YouTube black. Thank you. Thank you. And Linda says, Walter, I haven't seen the Jersey Boys in a while. Amber says, congratulations. Thank you, Amber. Angela says, Amy, I think Dims could have something to do with it, but I think that kid did it. It's possible. It's also possible that he's a patsy. Don't know. What it is says, I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Right on. Amy says, Angel, he's a scapegoat. He could be. I don't know. I know that there typically is a scapegoat in these types of things. Think back to the John F. Kennedy shooting, Lee Harvey Oswald, or Sirhan for the other one. There's always something, you know. It's never just cut and dried. I don't know why this is any different. The one thing you can be sure of is that someone sought to end Charlie Kirk for some reason. Now, you can look at it from either direction. They wanted to make him a martyr because he's more powerful dead than alive. They wanted to shut him up because he's too good at winning arguments. He disagreed with Israel, so somebody had to stop him before he made a mess of things. The government has a secret plot to take over the world via right-wing, blah, blah, blah. There's all kinds of ways to look at it. The one thing we know for sure is that a good, innocent man is dead that did not deserve to die. That's for sure. Unless you buy into the fact that he's not really dead, that he's really in witness protection program because he got so famous he couldn't take it anymore. I don't know why. I think he's dead. Look at his wife's eyes. He's dead. Sue Wood says, I can't even float on my back. Well, you're safe then. You're not a witch. What it is says, do you root beer float? You could root beer float. Those are good. And with ice cream. Nice. Mabel says, Vic and I like to go to the theater when they have horror movies. They are all mostly terrible, but we have a laugh at others screaming. Yes. I like old B movies too, especially the bad ones. Those are the most fun to watch. And I used to love the theater when you could go to the drive-in. Remember that? Where you could sit in your car and watch B movies, grindhouse movies that were made intentionally cheap and low budget. Yes, give me more of that. Angela says, yay, great job, Untethered Live. Thank you, Angela. And Soph says, Susie, I want you to know that you are not alone. I am always here for you. I am always here to talk to you on YouTube as well. It's kind of weird there, Soph. Walter says, Linda, Danny Holly's boyfriend. Dina's boyfriend, he's a good guy. Have you talked to him? And Fab Daddy says, Monty Python. Thank you, Fab. I couldn't think of that to save my life. And Angela says, I've had 3 commercials already. I'm so happy for you, Jake. Heart. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Walter says, I'm guessing Robert's back and Dina's head is messed up. No, we don't have any idea what you're talking about, but as long as you know. Big John says, Monty Python, Life of Brian. Yes, Monty Python. I could not think of that. But that's how you find out whether or not you're a witch. Has something to do with an African swallow. Mabel says, I do not see the ads or commercials. That's terrible. You might have a YouTube Black or something like that where you don't get ads, or an ad blocker. And Sue says, I hate everything about you. Why do I still love you? I don't know. Linda Davis says, Walter, I saw him last weekend when I took the kids to the dirt mall. The dirt mall? What is that? A place to buy dirt? Different kinds of dirt? And Sue says, Mabel, do you have premium? That's what it is. Premium. YouTube premium. Big John says, I haven't had a cold for about 10 years. Nice. I get one every year. That's all right, though. I can handle it. And Mabel says, yep, we set up a family plan today, Sue. That's probably why you're not getting any ads. And Walter says, Linda, I like Danny. He's an okay guy. And Sue says, that's why you don't see ads or commercials then, Mabel. And Walter says, I'm just asking how he is. And Sue says, I have premium too, so I don't see them either. All right. Well, congratulations. That's wonderful. Muggy Juice says, what is wrong with people? Every tragedy has to have some kind of conspiracy because they're usually conspiracies. Tragedies don't typically happen by themselves. It's not an everyday occurrence that people get their heads blown off. So there's usually something to look forward to. And also, Monkey Juice, when you start by lying to people, it tends to make them want to look differently. I told you an example already. I know because I'm an avid hunter what a 30-06 sounds like and what it does when it hits a thing. I've shot many rounds. I know what a 30-06 does. You cannot shoot something with a 22 and then tell me it was a 30-06 because immediately I'm going to go, that's not right. Well, what happens when you go, that's not right? You either forget about it because you don't care or you start looking for what is right. Thus, a conspiracy is born. That's how that works. If you don't lie to me from the get-go, I won't be looking for a conspiracy. Now, why did they lie? I don't know. Maybe it was just lack of knowledge. It could be that simple. Maybe they just don't know everything yet. Maybe they got it wrong. Maybe they're going down the wrong trail. I don't know. But what they're saying on the news is not adding up. That's why there's conspiracies. You'll also note that I'm not catering to any of the conspiracies. I'm only telling you what I know to be true. So whatever is wrong with people is not wrong with me. Mabel says, oh, okay. I thought that we had to join channel. Thank you. No, you don't have to join the channel. You can get everything I offer for free, although it would be nice if you did. That would give me a little bit of income, but that's entirely up to you. I'm glad that you're here. Doesn't matter if you join or not. But if you want to join, you can. You can hit that join button, or you can super chat, or you can send me some money on CashApp if you wish to do that, or not at all. It's entirely up to you. I will not offer anything to people that pay me that I won't give to people that don't. You get it all. It is solely up to you whether or not you want to. And Ferd says, I donate about 2 sandwiches. I done ate about 2 sandwiches. Waiting on you, Jake. Well, it's going to be a while before I can eat a sandwich, but I'm drinking coffee for you. And Monkey Juice says, directed at Fat Daddy. Oh. Ain't you on his side? Y'all supposed to be together against me. It's weird when y'all fight each other.
Hi, Monkey. Finally, something we can agree on.
And Amy says, I promised myself I wouldn't feed the trolls. Well, if you don't feed the trolls, you can't bust them. And Soph says, my mom is still not good, Susie, with her cancer, unfortunately. And Kevin says, hello, Monkey. What it is says, Rachel is too cool for school. And Mabel says, Monkey, because people have to be lied to by our leaders for generations, making it impossible for people to believe anything. What she said, yeah. Yeah, if our leaders didn't so readily lie to us, we wouldn't be such conspiracy-minded people. I don't think they figured that one out yet. Kevin says, Mabel, good point. And Sue says, that's sad, Soph. I hope she gets better. And Mabel says, thanks. Amanda says,
And because everything is bullshit.
exactly. Which I stand by wholeheartedly. And what is that? What number is that?
949.
949. My chat jumped big that time.
Mine just did too. Good thing I just gave you the time.
Yep, 9:49. Got it. Fab Daddy says, Junkie Juice, the FBI is always lying. That's why. Yeah. I like Dan Bongino and Cash Patel, both. I like those guys. I've listened to them for a couple of years now. I like everything they have to say. And I'm telling you that the moment that they joined the FBI, the very first thing they came out publicly to say, they were being disingenuous. I don't know why, but they were. I could see it in their faces. Cash Patel is especially not good at it. And Dan Bongino doesn't like it either, and it looks like it's painful for him to tell a lie, but he's telling it, which means they have something on him. So my guess is, and I'm just spitballing here, I have no proof of this, but my guess is the moment you join the FBI, you're taken into a little room after you've said your oaths, and then you're shown the real truth. And then you're told, you got to tell the narrative, you can't say any of this. Because if you do, we'll kill your family. That's what I'm guessing. I think that the government is not the same thing that we think it is. I think we're told one thing and they're told another thing. And once you've been there, you can't divulge what you've learned while you were there. That's what I think. Believe me, don't believe me, that's your choice. That is my opinion. That's not fact. That's what I think is true. Soph says, yeah, I know, Susie. It sucks having cancer. And Susie says, no, everything is awesome. Awesomely lies, yes. Awesomely bullshit. Mabel says, as my husband says, it's all bullshit. And it's bad for you. Agreed. Your husband's a smart man. What it is says, I think we should boycott TV so they can't pay these liberals. What it is, you can do that. We can do that. But do you know how you do that? You support channels like this. If you like what I do, help me do it. Put a little in the kitty. That is the only way that we can outdo them. Because they have budgets. They have funds. I do not. I don't have big backers. They do. Rachel Maddow gets paid like $13 million an episode, something like that. I don't know what the number is. It's big number. Maybe $3 million an episode.
Yeah, I think she gets like $3 million a year or something like that.
I don't get that for my entire show. I don't get anywhere near that. I don't get $300 a year for this show. I might get 300. But I don't get 3 million, that's for sure. So if you want TV to go away, help. If everybody does it, we can do it. Help support shows like this. Get into that way of thinking. That's the only way we're going to take over. Amy says everything is bullshit. Amen.
Everything is bullshit.
Amen, amen. And Monkey Juice says Biden's FBI, Trump's FBI. Believe your own eyes. I do.
And then don't believe that half the time.
I do believe my own eyes. My eyes tell me the truth. And my eyes often tell me that the FBI is not telling me the truth. Sorry. Biden's FBI was worse than Trump's FBI, but Trump's FBI is also not telling the truth. And by the way, for those of you, Fab Daddy, who say I don't ever say anything bad about Trump, I just did. I call it like I see it. And when I see it, I say it. Walter says, it was their anniversary. That's cool. Whose anniversary?
Soph.
And what it is says, bull doo-doo. Amy says, my husband passed away October 11th, 2022. I'm sorry to hear that, Amy. I didn't realize that was the date. Now I see what you mean. Sue says, everything is awesome. Everything is awesomely bullshit. Your turn. Angela says, Jake Hart, sorry. What are you sorry for? Thank you, but what are you sorry for? And Soph says, I'm so sorry to hear that, Amy. I'm praying for you. That's so sad. Walter says, yep, Amanda especially shit on the internet. Especially. And Monkey Juice says, sorry to hear that, Amy. Me too. And Sue says, I remember Amy. Sad.
Hugs, Amy.
And Debbie says, Amy, my husband passed away October 22nd, 2011. That is kind of creepy. And Amy says, yeah, it is, Debbie.
Hi, Crash. Welcome.
Crash, if you're going to be in here, you got to speak English. I don't know what that is, but you can't be saying things like that.
He's already got himself thrown out.
Okie dokie then. What it is says, what the muckety muck mutter mucker? You mucking kidding me?
I got one for you better than that. What is it?
Elmer Fuddrucker.
Elmer Fuddpucker, Penelope Parkenfucker in their 1912 Muckafutch automobile drinking Mother Fuddpucker swamp root remedy.
Yeah. Amy says, welcome, Crash Out King. Crash Out King. So says, do you want to hear a really funny joke, Susie? Patty says, Amy, my love was killed on a motorcycle accident July 4th, 2019. That's terrible, ladies. But I love each and every one of you, and I hope that that patches a little bit of that pain a little. And Sue says, sure, Soph. And Monkey Juice says, I do, Susie. And Sue says, yes, do it, Jake. What are we talking about doing? I'm behind, so I don't know the context.
I don't remember the context of when that was typed either.
I'm trying to do it, whatever it is, but I'm on it. And Soph says, what time do ducks wake up, Susie? At the quack of dawn? Just guessing. Victor Del Vito says, evening, everyone. Hey, Victor, nice to see you. Amy says, that's sad, Patty. And Monkey Juice says, I mean Soph. Kevin says, hello, Victor.
Hi, Victor.
Amy says, hello, Victor. And Sue says, you do what, monkey? Muckety muck mucker. Linda says, hi, Victor. And Sue says, tell me, Soph. Sue says, tell me, Soph. Amy says, he wants to hear a joke, Sue. Walter says, hi, Victor. Monkey Juice says, never mind. I wanted to hear a joke. What time do ducks wake up in the morning? At the quack of dawn. Fab Daddy says, did anyone hear the retired DOJ investigator recordings? He worked on the Epstein case interviewing the victims. Claims Bill Clinton was present during SA.
During ASA.
I understand. During SA, sexual assault. Because I don't care. Anyway. And that Epstein was working for the CIA. I did not hear all of that. I heard something about it. I didn't hear all of the recordings or whatever. But I can tell you that Epstein was working for the CIA. And I can tell you that Donald Trump worked as an informant to get him arrested back in 2001, 2, whatever it was. I don't remember what day it was. But back when he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, it's because he was trying to ply his trade at Mar-a-Lago, and Trump kicked him out and then got him arrested by tipping the FBI off to what he was doing. So the Speaker of the House came out and said that he was an actual informant for the FBI, which is not true. He did not actually work for the FBI as an informant, but he did inform on someone to the FBI. So there's that. It's a little difference. He didn't mean it the way it sounded, but it came out that way. But as far as the DOJ guy, I have not heard all of those recordings, but I believe he's probably right from what you just said there. Because Bill Clinton is definitely involved. How do I know that? Because there's a picture of him in a blue dress in the foyer of that guy's house. And a picture of George Bush playing with paper airplanes in that guy's house, and a couple of other people too. You can't tell me that that's not there as a I got you bitch kind of thing. So Fallon says, at the quack of dawn. Amy says, I heard that too, Fab Daddy. And Sue says, Monkey, Soph just shared a duck joke. Here's another duck joke. 2 Christians walked into a bar, and the other one ducked. And what it is says, Coke is the original drink. Actually, sarsaparilla is the original drink, but thank you. Coke is older than Pepsi. Which is why we call the fizzy drink a Coke. And also was made in Georgia. Amy says, Crash Out King, buy Nick's shampoo at the pharmacy or put mayonnaise on your hair for 3 hours. And, don't gross people out with random stories about lice. Bill Bennett says, woke, fascist, racist, commie, base turds, LOL. We can start with those, LOL. I agree. What are we talking about? And Monkey Juice says, what the hell is Fab Daddy talking about? I don't hear him talking about anything. What are you talking about? Soph says, hey, Monkey Juice, why was number 10 scared? That's a good question. Why was number 10 scared?
I know.
So do I. Kevin says, Monkey, ask Fab Daddy. And Fab Daddy says, I believe his name is Prager, but I'm not certain. The DOJ investigator? Prager is the guy's name that does Prager University. And he's just a talker. I don't think that's the right guy, but it might be. I don't know. I might be thinking of a different Prager. Big John says, I found out today one of my ex-girlfriends has been sentenced to life for killing her boyfriend. I had a close shave. Good gracious, that is scary. Terrifying to think you slept next to that woman. Thank God you didn't make her mad. And Sue says, Dennis Prager? No, I think he's talking about a different Prager. Amy says, wow, Nugget, that is scary. And Bill Bennett says, I thought you was on the East Coast. I am.
Wow, Nugget, you got lucky.
Who you talking about, Bill? And Victor says, how are you doing, Jake? Nice to see you, sir. Nice to see you, too, and I'm fantastic. I was a little bit late getting here tonight because my computer decided to die on me. But I'm here, and so far, it's been a pretty good show. How are you? Nice to see you, too. And Kevin says, 10 was scared because 7, 8, 9. It's Mabel says, smiley, smiley. Crash Out King, this is not the place for racist jokes. Bye-bye.
That's why you got thrown out.
Amy says, bzzz, boobies, bzzz, boobies, boobies, bzzz. Exactly. You got it. And Soph says, that's correct, Kevin. It is. Very sophisticated joke there. I see how you jumped over the irony to get straight to the melancholy. It's a very sophisticated joke. I appreciate that in an intellectual woman. Sue Wood says, I just heard a woman scream. Well, stop screaming. Or tell him to go harder.
Turn the TV down. Yeah, was she screaming good scream or bad scream? What kind of scream was it?
Right? I have a lot of questions.
Right. Are you peeking? Can you see in the window?
Amy says, that's what I was saying, right? Sue says, my dad used to go deer hunting about one weekend a month. Yes, ma'am. So you've been around a 30-06 then. Well, go watch that tape and tell me if what you hear happened from a 30-06. I think you'll agree with me that's not what that was. Amy says, crash out, King. Please stay on topic. Right. You don't know us. You came in here out of nowhere. What makes you think we want to talk about what you want to talk about? You came in here. Talk about what we're talking about. Or go back out. This is the wrong place for that. And Sue says, they've been lying about a lot of things lately. Just odd. True. True, and I don't actually know the reason for it, other than it's just evil doing evil for evil's sake. And Victor says, at 200 yards, that munition, talking about a 30-06, would have either A, gone straight through, or B, curved in slightly on impact, which would explain why he postured immediately, which is what he did with his hands and then over to the side. Contrary to popular belief, when you get shot, you don't fly backwards like you do in the movies. You just fall over because it doesn't actually move the body. It pierces through like hot butter, which would explain his posture, why he postured immediately. But they likely would have found the round. Right, but it was 150 yards with a 30-06. And even if it curved, it would have destroyed everything and most likely found an exit wound. I don't think it would have stayed in the body. I've never personally seen that happen, and I've shot many things at further distances with a 30-06 at several different grain levels. I usually use 120 because 180 is overkill for deer hunting. That's like shooting a real cannon, and it'll blow a hole that big in the other side of the deer, so you don't need that. So 90 to 120 is what I use. But I find it hard to believe that he made special rounds with lesser grain to shoot an assassination target. He probably would have went for maximum damage, which meant he had maximum grains to do the job. That's my guess. I don't know. I agree with you, though. Most likely it would have went straight through. Or if it hit something like his cross necklace, it might have splintered and went straight through in several places.
Or it hit him in the spinal cord or the spine and bounced around inside of his body.
Yeah, but that's not very likely because the spine usually will shatter on impact with a 30-06. It does with deer, and they have way bigger, thicker necks than a human does. And it'll just sever that spinal column in a heartbeat. The likelihood of it actually staying in the body is very slim, and something has to cause it. It's not a natural thing. If he was wearing a bulletproof vest, I suppose it could have went out and came back in, bouncing around that bulletproof vest. But they say he wasn't wearing one. So bare skin, nothing to stop it but a chair? No. That'd be an exit wound. That's my guess. That's my opinion. It's not fact. I don't know. Victor says, elsewhere in his body, if it bounced off his spine. If is a big word in that sentence, though. You're right. And Monkey Juice says, ask yourself this, Jake. What is the reason why they would lie? This ain't JFK. Why isn't it JFK? Do you know what JFK was all about? Do you think our government has stopped doing things like that since JFK? Why would they lie? Because they don't want us to know the truth. They want to confuse everybody and keep everybody at arm's length with each other because a scared audience is easy to control. People that are fighting with each other, the government can control very easily. That's why they have agent provocateurs. That's why they cause problems. That's why there were 300 federal agents at January 6th. 300 of them. Because they were there to start trouble so that they could blame January 6th and keep people at each other's throats because they're easier to control. That is the Democrat marching party. That's what they do. sow division and cause discourse. That's what they do. That's what left ideology is. That's why we're against it. Why would they lie? Why wouldn't they lie? Because they're crooked. That's why they'd lie. Why would they lie? I don't know. While they're lying to you, why don't you ask them? Because they are lying to you. I'm not a fool. I don't say things lightly and I don't say things incorrectly. I work very hard to make sure that I'm on task with the truth. And when I tell you something, you can bank on it, or at the very least, at the very bottom, you can bet there's a reason I said that, and you can go check it out to see why I said it, and you might come to that same conclusion. I don't say things that will be a lie or that will be a misleading you. I don't do that. So why would they lie? Why would I lie? And why wouldn't it be JFK all over again? Do you think that people stopped wanting to assassinate people after JFK? Is that what you think? Do you think JFK was an anomaly and they haven't done it 1,000 times before and after? What do you think the CIA does, considering they're not even supposed to function within the confines of our borders? If they're not, why do they have liaisons at the television stations and the radio stations and in Hollywood and on record labels and in movies and science fiction books and everywhere else? Why do you think they are trying to have someone to put out narratives in every media source, on podcasts as well? Why do you think that is? Do you think that maybe they're trying to control the narrative so that they can control the population? Could be. And Sue says, I'm watching planes fly into the airport, and they're going over me right now.
Monkey, because it was planned by the left.
And Monkey says, stupid conversation. Really? Don't sound stupid to me. What about it do you think is stupid? Maybe I can enlighten you. And if it's so stupid, why are you having it? Why do you keep coming back? If I'm that stupid, why do you keep showing up? I don't go to places I think are dumb.
I don't know if he's talking about what we were talking about or if he's talking about what that crash guy kept saying.
I don't know either, but I'm just responding to what I see. If you think that I'm not responding properly to what you wrote, please add context. I can only respond to what's in my brain. Sometimes I get a little far behind in chat and I respond to the wrong thing with the wrong thought because that's what I'm thinking about. So add context so I know what you're talking about. Amy says, someone tell Monkey Juice because the Biden administration made a target list of conservative voices like Charlie Kirk. And he was on that list. That's why. And Victor says, also, look at the pictures of the rifle. That looks like a modern composite stock, not like his grandfather's rifle. Oh, I know. I wasn't even going to mention that. But yeah, if that's a hand-me-down heirloom, they had a futuristic rifle back then. They say it's a 30-06 Mauser that was handed down from the grandfather. Probably like a Vietnam heirloom or something like that. Or Desert Storm, maybe. Something from the past. It didn't look like that. But looks can be deceiving. It also didn't look like when he jumped off of that roof that he had a gun, yet they keep saying that it is, hoping that you'll see a gun when you look at that video. I don't see a gun. I see a jacket. Somebody says there's something sticking out of the jacket. Somebody said that he was walking down the street with a 30-06 tucked into his pants leg, and that's why he was limping. And to that, I would say, go get a 30-06 right now and shove it down your pants leg and see how successful you are at walking. It'll stick right out the back. You will be able to tell that there's a gun in your leg. You can't hide a gun like that. That's not possible. So I don't know. I just know that everything I'm hearing is not adding up to the truth. So I'm dubious and still open-minded. Also note, Monkey Juice and Fab Daddy, I have not leaned into any of the conspiracies because I don't know that they're any truer than the narrative, which is not true. Amy says, crash out. I hope you find a resolution to your issues with the Irish, but you're not going to find it here. Rachel says, hello again. Hello, Rachel. How are you, sweet lady? Mabel says, welcome back. Amanda says, hi again, Rachel. You say that.
Hi again, Rachel.
And Sue says, Barack Obama was in London yesterday. Barack Obama. The old race baiter. Amy says, welcome back, Rachel. Bill Bennett says, hey, Walter. Bill's here. Too, LOL. Yeah, Walter, you missed Bill. And Monkey Juice says, wow, the guy was a college debater. Didn't hold any federal office. This ain't the crime of the century. Nobody said it was. Who said that? Do you think we should just ignore it? Just let it go? It's just another killing. Random guy. Didn't mean anything to anybody. I hate to tell you this, but a lot of people love Charlie Kirk, as evidenced by what's going on around the world, in every corner of the world right now. And I hate to tell you this, Monkey Juice, you ain't getting away with it that easily. You killed a man that we championed, that the whole world championed. You made him a martyr. You didn't kill his voice. You made it louder by a lot. Where now, everywhere you cut off the head, 10 more is going to grow in its place. Now, you're going to get shut down almost immediately when you try to start that nonsense that you've been doing, getting away with for the past 10 years. It's over. You see, the thing you don't understand is that bullet did not hit Charlie Kirk. That bullet hit you. You just ain't figured out you're dead yet. And by you, I don't mean you personally. I mean anybody with that left-wing ideology. Wait and see. No, it's not the crime of the century. But it did just happen, and everybody wants to know why. And when we're lied to, that makes it a little infuriating. We want to know more why. My question is why don't you want to know? Is him being a conservative really worth you turning your back on him? That college debater guy that didn't hold federal office, why do we care? Because he's a human being that got shot in the prime of his life for no reason.
Because he was a Christian man, a husband, and a father above anything.
Exactly. He deserves to live just like you do. And his killer deserves to be hunted down and shot in the face. So we'd like to know who that is before we go pulling the trigger, because we're not the left. We don't destroy things, we build things. Just so you know. Amanda says, Crash, what the hell are you talking about? Anything he can get away with, I imagine. Which is why I'm not reading his comments, because they're stupid. Amy says, Crash out, King. Please stop with the hate. You have been warned. And Fab Daddy says, Junkie Juice, what are you talking about? What are you talking about is a Midas Touch saying. You from Midas Touch. I don't know what Midas Touch is other than the guy that turns things to gold. Is that an organization of some kind? And Monkey Juice says, well, guess what? This is Trump's FBI lying to you then. Did you not hear me say that 5 minutes ago? Monkey Juice, do you think that just earned you a point or something? I know. Rachel says, congrats, Jake. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate it, honey. It's a cute little thing. I like it. And Big John says, someone get rid of Crash Out King. He's gone. And Amy says, it's the Uniparty hiding the truth. Yeah, unfortunately. And unfortunately, Trump's FBI isn't really Trump's FBI. That place is full of people that are holdovers from the last administration and the one before that. He only has so much control. And Monkey Juice says, okay, Trump's FBI is lying to you, fine by me. I said that. Did I not just say that? What are you getting at? Why do you think that that's more important than the relevant information that we're talking about? Yes, big shocker. The government lies to you. Why do you think that I'm on Trump's team above all? That's your Trump derangement syndrome, which I got on a good authority, means too damn stupid. TDS. And Amanda says, tag team. You say that.
Tag team?
Rachel says, LOL, Amanda. And Amy says, excessive timeouts for repeat offenders. Maybe he'll be more respectful in 10 minutes. Maybe. I doubt it. You might as well kick him on out. Yeah, we're not playing this tolerance game anymore. I've tried that. It doesn't work. If they won't listen the first time, kick them out the second time. And Rachel says, don't talk about hurting animals. POS. Piece of shit. I don't hurt animals.
Not talking to you.
Who are you talking about?
She's talking to Crash.
Oh, okay. Big John says, thanks, Amy. Thumbs up. And Amy says, exactly, Rachel. And Sue Wood says, Amy, sad you have to treat some adults like children. We live in a world full of people in arrested development. If you look at the Congress, you look at all those people in Congress, all the senators and all those people, those are teenagers that never stopped being teenagers. They just got old, but they're still teenagers in their minds. Look at how AOC acts. Look at how Nancy Pelosi acts. They're in high school. That's the world they live in. They never got any smarter. They're just children with fading hairlines and eyesight. Sue says, oh, I read that one. Amy says, John, it was a group effort. And Amy says, about adult toddler syndrome. Sue, that's ATS. Adult toddler syndrome. And Rachel says, Monty Python. Yes, Monty Python. Thank you. I couldn't remember that. And Big John says, thanks everyone in blue. They're doing a good job, aren't they, John? Amy says, I warned him. Mabel says, yes, I know. And they both ate everything, so all is well. Right on. Talking about the ice cream thing. Yep. Rachel says, Monkey is annoying and Fab. Yep, they both are. But they're both good people, so far as I can tell. And Fab Daddy says, Vera, you're the best. Not me snitching. You best not be snitching. And Monkey Juice says, facts, Rachel. And Victor says, too good to waste. I totally understand. I wish I had some ice cream right now. That sounds like a winner.
You ate it all.
I know. Amy says, Rachel, Fab is a cool guy once you get to know him. I think he is. Rachel says, no, he isn't. And Sue says, I enjoy our adult toddlers. I used to, but they're getting annoying. Amy says, smiley, smiley. And Soph says, I like Fab Daddy. He's such a good guy. Fab Daddy says, Rachel, should I go back to your nickname? And Rachel says, I meant Amy Lamau. And Rachel says, Jake, no, I just get super triggered by Fab's and Monkey's stupid comments. I hear you, but I do a good job of taking them down. You don't have to get triggered. I'll defend Your Honor. And they're just acting out what they've been taught, and I'm re-educating them as we speak. They're both good people. They're worth learning their way to the other side, which they will eventually come to. I know they don't believe that right now, but they will. You watch. In a year or so, I'll have them both Christian and right-wing. Monkey Juice says, I should have gotten a wrench before Vera, Banhammer. No. I have to trust the people that have wrenches. Monkey Juice says, damn you. I'd watch who you're damning, buddy. I'm the guy with the pulse. And my finger's on it. Fab Daddy says, I know, Nancy. Amy says, Amanda, hold me back. Bill Bennett says, Batshit must have blocked me. I can't read his comments. I'm on YouTube, and congratulations, Jake, on your YouTube movie prop. Action. Cut. LOL. That's exactly what it is, a movie prop. It does work, though, so there's that. I don't use them, but it's nice that they sent me something. And I don't think that you've been blocked, but batshit crazy, if you're still here, will you look in your blocked list and see if you accidentally put Bill Bennett there? And please remove him if you did. That has happened before. We just had a case of that last week, but we fixed it, so we'll get to the bottom of it, Bill. I'll read them to you, though. Don't worry. If he says something, I'll read it to you. And Amanda says, nope, monkey. And Victor says, is Soph even real? My wife is asking. The thought had crossed my mind, Victor, but she claims that she is. Mabel says, no, I am not. Skull. Or non, I am not. And Rachel says, so instead of sitting here listening to their idiotic comments, I removed myself, LOL. I hear you. I do understand. But again, they need to be heard, because you know what the best medicine for a bad idea is? Good ideas. So when they say dumb things, and then I counter with logic, they might not get it, but everybody in the room listening does.
That's logical.
Exactly. So it's worth, especially on Politi-tics, because this show is about arguing. That's the whole point of this show, is to get that out so that we can hang out during the week and not be at each other's throat. And also because discourse is good for the soul of America. The whole thing about academia, about a liberal arts education, is that we have discourse and that we share ideas from all over the world. And all over the world has a lot of different ideas, a lot of different ways of thinking. And they're not all good. Some of them are stupid. So when they come together and they say stupid things, then another person says an intelligent thing, and then everybody that's listening to that conversation goes, oh, that's the right answer. So what I'm trying to tell you is everybody has a purpose. Their purpose is to serve as a bad example. But everybody has a purpose. And Victor says, let my owl, smiley. Monkey says, only kidding, Banhammer. Good night. You don't have to leave, Monkey. Amy says, Victor suspected bot. I did too. It's a good bot, but I think it's a bot.
Not monkey.
Amy says, Bill, are you on all comments or top comments? Look under the 3 dots. That also might be a reason you don't see. Mabel says, do not bully your wife, Mr. Man. Victor? Yeah, don't bully your wife. Put her on a pedestal and treat her nice. Show her the magic fingers occasionally. And you will be a happy man. Linda Davis says, we are not sure if she is, Victor. Not sure. I've never seen any evidence. And Victor says, no, ma'am. Smiley face. And Soph says, I am real. Well, there you go. It professes to be real, so probably is. Vera Lynn says, Rachel says, Victor, I said the same thing in the beginning. I thought she was a bot or a troll. Susie? Sorry, Susie. Soph? You hear me? This is why. The way you talk makes people think you're not a real thing. If you want more details, I'll give them to you, but you have to ask. Amy says, but you never answer a question asked directly by Jake. Yeah, how about that? And Victor says, Mabel called it first, but she was shy to say, but I think so too. Well, Mabel, you have every right to say anything that comes across your mind. You have no reason to be shy here. I accept all thoughts.
And nobody's going to pick on you for anything you say.
No. I won't let them. I'm very protective of the ladies of this chat. And Rachel says, LOL, Amy. And ugh, Amy, LOL. Amy says, I know, right, Rachel? And Victor says, let's Dexic, Rachel, LOL. Bill Bennett says, I'm on all. Make sure you're on live.
Well, it's live on the computer and all on the phone.
Okay. Well, then that might not be it. Maybe he did accidentally do it. He didn't do it on purpose, I can tell you that. And Victor says, yes, love, those nights with my wife. I know you do. Me too. And Mabel says, context, movies. Right on. The nights with his wife, I get it. But it could be other things too. There's no wrong in that. You can enjoy each other. It's okay. And Mabel says, and me too, smiley, smiley. And Big John says, Soph, have you got a profile pic to settle this? That's a good question there, Soph. Do you have a profile pic? Amber says, chicken biscuits for dinner. Just chicken biscuits? No cheese? You got to have a can of cheese with chicken biscuits. Or are you talking about a chicken biscuit like from Bojangles? I'm thinking of little crackers that are called chicken biscuits. Amy says, finishing off the mashed potatoes for dinner. Right on. Sue says, damn it, I trust too easily. What do you mean? Who are you trusting too easily? And Soph says, what do you mean, John? A picture on your profile. He's asking you to prove that you're real. Amy says, sounds good, Amber. And Amy says, I love you, Susie. And Amber says, Amy, so far, yes. And Sue says, Amy, I've loved you for years. You're a sweetheart. Aw. Victor says, you were fine, Sue. It might not even be a bot, but my wife showed me her asking you a lot of questions, and they do seem to not have good intentions, though it is easy to think they do. Well, they are also very repetitive and repeating words that normal humans don't talk like that, which is why it makes me think that too. But she also might be on the spectrum and be a little strange, and that's a possibility also. Don't know. Those kind of things you got to take as a grain of salt. To that end, I will tell you that I talk to every person in this chat 5 nights a week, and you get to know a person. Maybe not entirely. Maybe I don't know them entirely, but I know how they think in real time because they're telling me as they talk. And some of them I don't get a picture of. Most of them I immediately draw a picture in my head of who that person is, and that they take an individual personality in my brain. There's a slot for Sue and a slot for Victor and a slot for Amy and so forth. And some never materialize into a picture because they don't ever say anything that sounds human. And some people fit into that category. So to that I would tell you, I can't tell you either, and I've been talking to her for over a year. Rachel says, I'm confused, Victor. Are you and Mabel married? Yes. And Victor says, yes, ma'am. She has watched with me before, but we set her up her own account earlier. Nice. And Rachel says, Soph, it means if you are real, you should put a profile picture of yourself up. Yes. Yeah, we want to know what you look like, Soph. We've known you for a while now. That's not a strange request. You know what I look like. Let me see what you look like. And Rachel says, Victor, cute. And Victor says, we have always used mine because it was cheaper to just have one account with premium, but she wanted her own, so she got it. Amen. And Sue says, Victor, some people are lonely and want to conversate. I don't want to make them feel ignored. Maybe I'm not naive. Maybe I'm just nice. Nobody said you were naive. This is an attack on you. This is a question about one of the other people in the chat. Mabel says, yep, I am spoiled. As you should be, ma'am. A good husband spoils his wife. And Rachel says, Victor, YouTube accounts are free. Not if they're on premium. Amy says, happy wife, happy life. I agree with those words. Amber says, maybe the trail leads back to them, non-retrailable. Right on. Are you talking about why the government might lie to you? Amy says, they have premium, Rachel. And Soph says, I don't have Facebook. Me and Susie don't have Facebook anymore. Talking about your profile picture. You do have YouTube. You know where it says S by your name? Put a picture there. Like Amy's picture. You see Amy's picture right there? Right above you? Sue says, I don't have a profile picture, so I am not real. No, you sound real. I think you're drawing the wrong conclusion. Just because somebody asked for a profile picture does not mean that's the reason that we think that she's not real. Or you. This isn't about you. It is possible for a conversation to talk about someone other than you. And that's what's happening right now. We're talking about Soph, not Susie. Amy says, she's my friend. I can vouch for her. Well, there you go. And Victor says, no harm meant, Sue. Just looking out for good folks. That's the way it was taken, Victor. And Sue says, what? I definitely have it Facebook. Ah, Soph, you're wrong. How about that?
What time you got?
11:18. Why?
Oh, what time are you at?
Oh, 10:29.
Holy cow.
Rachel says, Sue, relax. John made a comment to Soph, and Soph was struggling to understand what he meant. Right. And Amber says, for me, Amy. For me, Amy. Question marks. And then my chat jumped. Hang on. What number did I just tell you?
10:29.
29. All right. I got to go talk to a man about a dog. Y'all listen to this song real quick. I'm going to play you Elizabeth, and I got to go over there for a minute. I'll be right back. This is just for your viewing pleasures.
Moonlit skies and fireworks. People laugh, people flirt all night long. But I just stay. So I drove down to the local bar where people come in their fancy cars to play their games. but I just stared. Then I saw you sitting there, all alone in that empty chair right next to you. I fell in love, oh baby. You looked down and you took my hand. You said, boy, I hope you understand that I'm not a girl that needs a man. I got my life and all my plans, and if you were there, you'd just be in my way. Girl, it ain't gotta be like this. I'd give you everything but just one kiss. And I don't care what you say, I fell in love with you anyway. Oh, Elizabeth, you take my breath away. At that bar where we first met, you smiled at me and my palms got wet, and you just looked away. But I just stayed. You said, been in love and it never works. I always end up getting hurt, and I ain't doing that no more. There ain't no way. Oh, no, 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 no. You stood up to say goodbye, grabbed your hand with a tear in my eye, and I just walked away. But you just stayed. But you looked down and you took my hand and said, boy, I hope you understand that I'm not a girl that needs a man. I got my life and all my plans, and if you were there, you'd just be in my way. Girl, it ain't gotta be like this. I'd give you everything but just one kiss, and I don't care what you say, I fell in love with you anyway. Oh, Elizabeth, you take my breath away.
Alrighty then. A little Elizabeth, just for some fun. I hope you enjoyed it. Amy says, I loved your reel, Susie. And Rachel says, it wasn't about you or towards you. And Soph says, I don't have Facebook at all. You don't have to have Facebook, but you do have a profile right here on YouTube. Put a picture up, like holding today's newspaper. Just kidding. Amy says, Amber is my friend, and I can vouch for her too. Right on. Fab Daddy says, I am a bot. Well, being a big old turd is not a crime. And not the same thing we're talking about. And I don't think Soph is a bot. I just said that it sounded like it from her conversations. I do think she's real. I just think that she wants attention more than she wants to have an actual conversation. That's what I think. Just my opinion. And she gets it here, which is why she keeps coming back. Soph says, I want to make a YouTube channel one time, but I don't know how to yet. Well, you got to study those things, and you certainly can. And that would be cool if you did that. But we're just talking about a profile picture on your profile that you already currently have. That's how you're able to sign into YouTube and talk to us with the name Soph Allen. Just put a picture on that profile. And you can get a picture from your phone. Amy says, smiley, smiley. And Victor says, no, Fab Daddy. Bot, big old turd. Amber says, smiley, 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 heart, smiley, heart. Thank you, Amy. I'll vouch for you wherever as well. Smiley, heart, smiley, smiley, smiley. And Victor says, I thought we had something real. We do. And Sue says, Amy has lots of friends. Somebody with a personality like that ought to have lots of friends. Amber says, I have blood cancer. I'm sorry to hear that, Amber. That was random as hell and out of nowhere, but I'm really sorry to hear that you have blood cancer. Is that what they call lupus? Soph says, oh no, Amber. I'm so sorry. That sucks. We are in this together, Amber. See, it's that kind of thing. That's what I'm talking about. She doesn't know you from Adam's house cat. That's the wrong thing to say to a stranger. But I appreciate that you are so invested. But, you know, dial it back to acquaintances. Kevin says the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he did not exist. Very wise, Kevin. Very wise indeed. That is absolutely correct. And that is the devil's modus operandi. He wants to trick you into believing that God isn't real and that he isn't real and that you're here all by yourself based on random chance. Despite the fact that everything on planet Earth screams the opposite of that, they're still teaching it today. Very wise trick he pulled on us all. Wise is not always good or righteous. And Sue says, sorry to hear that, Amber. Is it leukemia? And Amber says, Soph, I was diagnosed 6 years ago and went through 2 years of chemo. And Fab Daddy says, F cancer. Amen. And Amy says, prayers for Amber. And Soph says, praying for Amber, guys. Praying for Amber, guys. Absolutely. I pray for you guys twice a week, every week, without fail. Amber says, Soph, please fight. Smiley prayers, smiley prayers. I try to daily with the insulin shots. Isn't that for diabetes? And Soph says, yes, I'll pray for you, Amber. We are in this together. My mom has cancer too, Amber, so I know what it's like. And Patty says, prayers, boots, and turtles, Soph.
That's a Chinese fan.
Oh, it looks like a turtle. It looks like a turtle wearing earrings.
No.
Oh, prayers, boots, and Chinese fans are turtles wearing earrings, Soph. Amber says, Soph, us, my new friend. Everyone needs prayers. Cancer survivors, fighters, extra, smileys, prayers, smiley prayers, smiley prayers. Amen to that, Amber. And Soph says, it's so sad when people have cancer, Amber. It's a sad disease. Mabel says, Vic and I have best hopes for you, Amber. Prayers. Thank you, Vic and Mabel. Big John says, the YouTube ads are on form tonight, trying to convert me to Islam. Oh, my God. No, I'm sorry, I have no control over those ads. They run when they want to, and they promote whatever they want to. I can't change that. Amber says, right, Kevin. In plain sight. Amy says, Nugget, I've been getting ads for shoes. Well, the one piece of comfort that you can take from it, those of you that get the ads, is that if you watch them all the way through and enough people watch the show, I get a small amount of money based on those ads. And if 1,000 people watch the ads all the way through in a night, then I'll get something like 15 cents. Over the month, it might equal up to about $15 if everybody watches the ads. That's entirely up to you also. If enough people will donate weekly, I'll shut the ads off. But I got to make a living. This is a job. You understand that? I'm not trying to make a killing. I'm just trying to get by, pay my food bill. That's it. Light bill. What was that? Sounded like a cat dying in a blender.
No, it was me coughing up a lung.
Oh, don't do that anymore. It's terrifying.
It's your fault.
Soph says, it's Maple. Maybe my mom has cancer. Can you please pray for me and Amber as well? I told you, we pray for you twice a week, every week, without fail. Patty says, try to stay strong. Try to stay strong, Miss Amber. Peace. And Soph says, I'm trying to, Patty, to stay strong too when my mom is sick too. See what I mean? Big John says, Amy, there's only one God. Facts. That is correct. Amy says, amen, John. And you can make soda from pine needles. Yes. In fact, there's a little tree that grows out in the woods called sassafras. And if you pick the leaves off of that, you can make, or roots off of that, you can make tea out of that as well. Big John says, Amy, is,
I seen
I seen someone doing that on YouTube also. Fab Daddy says, true, the yeast on pine needles will create CO2. Apparently it tastes like Sprite, and I think I've seen that before too. It's interesting. I don't want to drink anything that's got a bunch of pine needles in it though. And Victor says, it tastes like Sprite. See? Almost. They showed me that in the Ukraine. In Ukraine. Amy says, it has to be a certain kind of pine tree. Long needle, I think. The ones with clusters of 5 needles. Yeah, that's the long needle pines. The kind that grow in Georgia. Victor says, I'm good. Thank you, sir. I just sat down with the wife and some rum, and we are probably going to watch a movie after this. I'm not sure what yet, but great night so far. Awesome. Yeah, I'm probably going to watch a movie after this also because it is the weekend and I'm vacationing for the weekend.
No, he's going to put a movie on and the movie's going to watch him.
Probably. I'll probably fall asleep immediately, but that's all right.
And then when I nudge him and ask him if he's still awake, yeah, I'm awake, I'm watching. He's not.
Amy says, I learned it on an Appalachian Foragers channel. Always good information from them mountain folks. They know how to make stuff. I like that kind of thing, too. I want to learn how to make a moonshine still. I don't even drink alcohol, but I'd love to make moonshine so I could give it to my friends. And Victor says, Night, are you leaving us, Vic? Oh, thank you for being here.
No, I think he was correct in spelling.
Oh, no. That's it. There's a little asterisk there.
Yes.
Correcting his spelling. Patty says, Miss Soph, I am really Patty. My phone is in the ICU. Smiley. Amber says, drain the swamp. Drain the swamp. Yep. Amy says, I'm wondering if the swamp is too deep. I think it is. I think Trump had no idea what he was getting into when he went into office. He knows how to fix it, but it's a taller order than he thought it was going to be. That's what I think.
Yeah, he didn't realize how bad it was till he got there.
He also didn't realize that his own people would be working against him. When he set people up in the offices, he thought that they would be loyal to him because he thought that's the way the government worked. No. He did not estimate how many crooks we have trying to run the world. Now he knows, and he's being a lot more stiff nowadays than he was his first term, which is why they are calling him a dictator more this time around than they did last time, because he's making decisions. But you got to do something. You can't just let it sit, which is what the rest of them have been doing. And Amber says, America prayers, America prayers, America prayers. And me too, Amy. Amy says, someone has been digging the swamp for decades before my time. Yep, it started during FDR's period. Linda says, sorry, I flaked out for a bit. My daughter just got home from the fair, and she was excited because she saw her first tractor pull. Nice. All right, Linda's daughter. Well, that's all right, Linda. We understand if family comes first. Tell them all we said hello. And Amber says, hello. I've lost most access to my research information, Amy. Smiley heart, smiley. That's not good. Amy says, that's exciting, Linda.
That's awesome, Linda. Tractor pulls are fun.
Yeah, I like a good tractor pull. I like the old kind, not the one with the monster trucks, but the ones where they're actually pulling things and breaking stuff. Amber says, Linda. Dancing hearts. Linda says, I can't wait to introduce her to the rodeo, and she's going to love it. Oh, yes. Rodeo is fun. Amy says, Amber, I don't want to know the details of the swamp. I'm just going to concentrate on my faith.
Yes, Linda, and the mud bogs, too.
Amy says, serenity prayer. Father, grant me the wisdom to change the things that I can change and the patience to stomp the shit out of that I can. Amber says, that part as well, Amy. Divide and conquer. Right on. And Linda says, right, Amanda. Amber says, LOL. Both were together. Both went together. Sorry, y'all. That's all right. And Big John says, Linda, I love watching tractor pulls. They are fun. Amy says, Tim Pool said that a report came out. 275 federal agents undercover at January 6th. Yes. It was more like 300, but yes. Yeah, there was very many. I've played to a room of 300 people before, more than once. And I can tell you in a confined space, that's a lot of people. A lot more than you think it is. It's a big group of people. Imagine 300 troublemakers mingled in with all of the peaceful protesters that came to January 6th thinking that they were going to see part of history happen, thinking that they were going to let their voices be heard at their building, their Capitol building, only to find out they're going to be arrested later and hunted down by the administration of Biden and put in jail in most cases for something that was not illegal. I mean, the federal government cannot own property. They pay taxes. That is their house. Sue Wood says, I hate my face. Well, that's a strange thing to say, Sue. Why do you hate your face? Fab Daddy says, left and right both lie. Yes. Yes, they do. The right is less conspicuous about it, and they lie about different things that usually don't have the same effect that the left lies about, but they do lie. Usually it's to cover their own asses, but Amber says people lie because they have things to lose that they are afraid to lose. True. Amy says, I love your face suit.
Left more than right lie.
Fab Daddy says, okay. I'm not wrong, Fab Daddy. Look into it. Amy says, left wing, right wing, same bird with a butt in the middle that shits on everyone. Yeah, that's true. Fab Daddy says, wink, wink. Sue Wood says, I'd rather ride on the back of a bird than be on either wing. I hear you. Amber says, consequences cause fear. So does being threatened by a credible source. Like someone who could make a random assassination happen in a crowd of people unsuspecting. And then fill the news media with so much conspiracy that nobody knows what actually happened. That's why it pays to keep your eye on the ball when people start talking. I'm willing to entertain all of these conspiracy theories, all of these different ideas of what may have happened. But I'm keeping my eye on what actually occurred that day. Things that I can remember that happened that day. And whatever is said over here is going to have to square with that before I can entertain it any further. It's not a foolproof plan, but it's better than nothing. Amy says it's like wrestling. They hate each other in public. Behind the scenes, they're drinking buddies. In a lot of cases, yes. Not the case with Trump. They all hate Trump. Why? Because he's not part of the group. He's not one of them. He is an outsider. He is a wild card. They don't know what he's going to do because they don't have any dirt on him to control him. He's going to do what he wants to do, and they cannot have that. That's why everybody's after Trump. And that's why I voted for it. Amy says, yes, Amber, absolutely. And Amy says, and a population that is in fear is easy to control, which is why they do the lying thing. Keeps everybody at each other's throats. They're all scared. They're all fighting for something. They're all trying to stand for something. And the government just has their way with them because they can. Amy says, I'd like to ride on the back of a luck dragon. I don't know what a luck dragon is. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near any kind of dragon. Amber says, united we stand, divided we fall. America, prayers, America, heart. Amen. Monkey Jew says, okay, what about the Minnesota Congress people that they got shot in July? Remember that? Where's the outrage over that? Monkey Juice, go back and watch my show the week that it happened. I did talk about it. You dingleberry. And I'm outraged for anybody that gets killed for no reason. I don't care whose side they're on. I'm not a child that can celebrate the death of someone unless they really, really deserve it. And even then, I'm remorsed. If you'll go back and watch the first video that I said about Charlie Kirk, I said that they lost 2 lives that night, Charlie's and that boy's, because he's going to die because of this. He killed his own self. That's 2 deaths to mourn. And also the father has to lose a son. So there's a lot of mourning going on here. If you can't see that, you might be too much of a child for this show. You might need to reevaluate your way of thinking. Seriously. Now, I don't have anything personally invested in those Congress people. They aren't my people. So while I can acknowledge their death and be sad at their passing and say things in their direction about how to find the people who did it, I'm not going to be all bent out of shape about it because I don't know them. You can't mourn everybody's loss in the world. Charlie was one of my people. I'm on that side. Obviously, I'm going to pay attention when somebody on my side dies, just like you would. What is your point exactly? What about the guy that died on Highway 270 this weekend? Got hit by a drunk driver. Where's your outrage for him? You don't have any because you don't know him. Right? What exactly is your point? Are you going to revert into liberal talking points now because you're trying to, what, gin up some argument of some kind? Do you not recognize when you have woefully lost the argument? Do you not understand when you're outmatched, outclassed, outwitted, and outlooked? Do you not understand that? Big John says people have to wait until the trial comes up, and then we find out. We find out whatever they put out. And Monkey Juice says, where's the outrage? A second time. It's back there when it happened. That's where the outrage is. Right now, the outrage is here where this just happened. Where's your outrage? Why are you always accusing people of what you're guilty of?
And the reason that their outrage on them people is so short because it was their own people that did it.
That too.
They don't want it getting out too much, just how far involved they really were with that.
Also, those people are involved in that system. That was not a senseless assassination of innocent, God-fearing people. That's why there's no more outrage. That plus I don't know them equals it's worth a mention and then move on, which I mentioned and then moved on. Charlie Kirk, on the other hand, was an innocent, young, God-fearing father and husband of two little babies. Two little babies. Where's your outrage? Are you not a grown man? Do you not understand what it means to lose a father or a husband or a man that's fighting for a righteous cause? If you can't feel bad for that, I don't think I want to be your friend. I don't think you have the mental or emotional fortitude to stand next to me. How about that? Where's yours? And Sue says a shortened version of the biblical proverb, pride goeth before the destruction. It's fall, actually, not destruction. Is a haughty spirit before the fall. Proverbs 16:18. Yes, a haughty spirit does fall. Rachel says, I truly am going to bed now. Gym tomorrow. Good night. Well, Rachel, good night, sweetheart. I hope you do well at the gym tomorrow. We love you, and I hope you get up tomorrow happy and ready to hit that gym. Monkey Juice says they were actually federal employees that made laws. So, what's your point? Charlie Kirk was changing the conversation. Charlie Kirk is personally responsible, converting an entire generation back Republican. What's your point? I've yet to hear you make a point other than just spewing nonsense. Amy says, I sent my condolences to their family too, Monkey. It's sad when someone dies from political violence, regardless of what side it is on. Monkey Juice says, double standard. Nope, not a double standard at all. I don't deal in double standards. I feel how I feel for everyone, equally. Amber says, good night, Rachel. And Sue says, good night, Rachel. And Monkey Juice says, double standard. The only person with a double standard is you. Like I said, why are you always accusing people of what you're guilty of? I'm not guilty of any of that. Furthermore, I have never offered you a platform where I didn't allow you to speak your mind. I've offered you friendship. I've offered you a conversation. You're the only one that comes in with nonsense and hyperbole and attitude. You ever notice that? You wonder why? Because you're brainwashed. Because you can't see reality for the nonsense in front of your face. And you would push away a true friend for the sake of your ideology. So you go ahead and do that. See how it works out for you. Amanda.
Sorry, LOL, monkey. They're over talking about them because their own party killed them. And night, Rachel.
There's that too. Amy says, good night, Rachel. Sweet dreams. Please, please come to Bible study tomorrow night, please. That's 3 pleases. And Victor says, I think the assassination of an innocent man who was murdered for simply having an opinion is pretty significant. The reason there is no outrage, monkey, is because some people haven't drank all the Kool-Aid yet. Right. And Big John says, so true, Amy. It's humanity and have a heart. Yeah. Amber says, I'm more copious about Floyd, dude. Was a horrible person, and they made him a hero. Yeah, he was a bad guy, and he died of an overdose. He did not get murdered. But they did make him an idol. We're not making Charlie Kirk an idol. Look around. Everybody there is trying to be Charlie Kirk. They're not venerating him personally. He's gone to be with Jesus, who is the venerated one, not Charlie. I don't know if you can see that or not. But I have a video I was going to show tonight. But my computer didn't work, so I didn't get a chance to. I recommend you all go look up Don Lemon's Hot Takes. He's wearing a red shirt that says lemon on it. Go look up Don Lemon Hot Takes and look at that video of him talking, not of people responding to him, but him personally, and listen to his account of what the memorial of Charlie Kirk looked like. It is fascinating. If you want to see what a demon looks like, there it is. And its response to the presence of the Lord Almighty.
Yes. If that don't make your skin crawl, I don't know what will.
It's a weird video. Go check it out. That's Don Lemon Hot Takes. He's wearing a red or a maroon shirt that says lemon on the front. Yes, he's wearing his own merch. And he quotes from a book like it is doctrine, but it's a book that he wrote. And he's quoting his own quote as if it's literature. It's kind of funny, actually. Fab Daddy says they're going to shut down the government. Why? I believe to stop the Epstein bill. Listen to me, Fab Daddy. I've said this before. I said it when it first started being talked about. I'll say it again. You are never, ever, under any circumstances, ever, for any reason, by any way of the imagination, ever going to hear the truth about the Epstein files. It's not going to happen. Why? Because that kind of information will bring the whole house of cards down, and regardless of who you are, you can't let that happen. Because if the whole house of cards come down, we live in a third world country immediately. Can't have that. It would start wars. There are things that happened that are unspeakable to the human race. We can't even imagine that they happen. But Jeffrey Epstein is just a character. Go watch Pinocchio, the early version of the Disney version. Go watch Pinocchio when they're talking about the island of pleasure that they're going to take their little boys to, and they don't ever come back as little boys because they come back as little girls, and they do unspeakable things to them there. Go look at Jimmy Savile from England. What I'm trying to tell you is these people are characters. The evil that causes this has been here for thousands of years and will continue to be here for thousands of years. They're just the placeholder in the spot right now. They might be killed. They might go to jail. They might, whatever. That's not going to stop what's going on behind the scenes. You as a citizen will never hear the truth. Write it down that I said so. If there ever was evidence, it's been long destroyed. You will never hear the truth. It will never come out. Write it down that I said so. It's okay to want it, but you're not going to get it. Just like you're never going to know what truly happened with JFK, because there's people to blame, and those people are in control, and we can't have that. Sue says, I want to know who ate my pineapple. Don't know. Probably you.
Or your bird.
Or your bird. It wasn't me. I know that much. And Rachel says, Amy, will do my best. Smiley face with breasticles. Amber says, Kirk, no record and huge pushback about him being a hero.
Sue, your bird.
Amy says,
Minnesota Congress.
The Minnesota Congress, she voted against the resolution, and then she did her husband or poo-pooed. She and her husband were poo-pooed. What was the resolution?
Something about abortion, I think it was.
I got you. Monkey Juice says Jake either doesn't care or doesn't know about the two Minnesota federal government Congress people from two different homes that got assassinated. First of all, don't you ever place your ideas in my mouth. You have no idea what I know, what I don't know, what I care about, and what I don't. That's not your place to say. Second of all, I talked about it when it happened, because that's part of my job here, to talk about what happens during the week. Third of all, I don't care, because that's a different thing for a different reason. It's not the same thing that's happening over here. Those people were complicit in the system that killed them. Charlie Kirk was fighting against the system that killed him. Do you not see the difference there? We're on the wrong side of things. Or we're on opposite side of things, you and I. But don't you ever presume to know what I think or feel. You're not qualified for that assessment.
Hell, I'm married to him, and I'm not qualified for that assessment.
Amber says, keep the masses divided and distracted. It's the bread and circuses of it all. That's correct. My thoughts, though, says Amber. And Rachel says, monkey and their poor dog. And their poor dog. Yep. Amy says, she and her husband. I'm typing too fast. I got it. I figured it out. Monkey Juice says, yep, I get it. Fab Daddy says, Midas Touch is a left-wing YouTube idiot, much like TP is right-wing. I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I don't watch that guy. There's another guy called Zero something or other. Josiah Rises. That's the other one. Watch out for those people. Those people are propaganda machines. They're lying to you. They're spitting nonsense. I think I know who you're talking about, the Midas Touch guy. There's a Zero guy, and there's a Josiah Rises guy. Mike Zero is the other guy. Mike Zero, Josiah Rises, Midas Touch. Stay away from those people.
LOL, grow up, monkey.
And Rachel says political violence is terrible. Those Democrats being murdered is just as bad as Charlie Kirk. I agree. Nobody should die for their opinions. And regardless of left or right, says Rachel. I agree. 100%. Monkey Juice says, really, Amanda? Your deaths are more important than my deaths? Did anybody say that, Monkey Juice? The problem that you're missing is those aren't your deaths. They're their deaths. And you're just a person that watches the news. Whereas Charlie Kirk, there was a personal connection between him and I. You don't have a personal connection with those people. Nor do I. So to you and me both, that's just another death recorded on the news to which you should feel sad about. But you're not going to waste any time on it because you don't know those people. We did know Charlie Kirk, which is why we're talking about him. You talk about the things you know. Aaron, what's up, my brother? Aaron says, stopping in for a minute.
No, Monkey. We covered it when it happened, and the guy who did it worked for Tampon Tim. And the news quit talking about them, and so did everyone else.
Exactly. Do you know anybody else is still talking about it? No, you don't. Aaron, happy birthday, Aaron's son. Happy birthday, Aaron's son. Happy birthday, Aaron's son. Happy birthday, Aaron's son. May you get some tonight. May you get some tonight. May you get some tonight. And by some, I mean birthday cake, you perverts. Happy birthday, Aaron's son. Happy birthday, Aaron's son. I told you I'd sing him happy birthday. How are you, Aaron? Nice to see you, my brother. And Monkey Juice says, Vera knows. Kevin says, hello, Aaron. Sorry, my voice is giving out on me, and it's midnight. I'll go a little bit longer. Amy says, correction, people died. Some get more media coverage than others. They are all tragedies. I can have empathy and sympathy for both sides. So can I. Fat Daddy says, stay for hours, Aaron. Aaron says, hey, Kev.
Hello, Aaron. Happy birthday to Aaron's son.
Amy says, hey, Aaron, tell your son I said happy birthday. Judy St. Vincent says, hi, Kevin. Hi, Judy. Kevin says, hello, Judy. Amy says, hey, Judy, you made it. Yay, welcome. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Hi, Judy. Welcome.
Y'all hit that subscribe button and press the bell icon. You get notifications. Appreciate that. Hit the like button, too. A lot of hitting, but it's free. Amy says, Judy. And Aaron says, today, my boy's birthday. Gotta be a dad, Fab. So I may have to go again, but I wanted to see my friends. Well, tell them we said happy birthday and we love them. Monkey Juice says, so the news stops Amanda? And we look the other way over time. Monkey Juice, no one said that. Stop putting words in people's mouths because you're losing an argument. Own up to what you know. Own up to what you think. Own up to the fact that you're wrong and move forward. And Judy says, hey, Amy, my company just left. Aaron says, I'll show him all the love you sent. Right on. And Judy says, I want ice cream. Me too, Judy. And Rachel says, Amanda, normally I would never defend Monkey, but just because the news doesn't cover it doesn't mean it shouldn't be talked about. Well, I don't disagree with you. Monkey is trying to use that against me because I don't know the people that he's talking about. Where's the outrage? It's right where it should be. With people I know.
And you can't really cover something if nobody else is talking about it and everything else that has been put out is already out and there's nothing new, so can't do anything until they go to trial.
He's also working under the assumption that I didn't cover it when it happened, which I did. So it fails on every corner when he tries to use it against me. Sorry. I'm talking about what happened this week. If you want to know what happened last week, go watch the show from last week. Also, it would help you to understand this, Monkey. I'm not a news channel. It's not my job to cover the news. I cover the things I'm interested in. Period. Watch the news if you want coverage of everything. Watch CNN if you want just coverage of your side of everything. Because that's where you'll get it. Big John says, hey, Aaron, happy birthday to your son, and I hope he's having a fantastic day. Birthday cakes and explosions. And Rachel says, it's just as tragic as Charlie Kirk being killed. Any death is tragic. And Judy says, hey, Amanda, thanks. Amanda says,
Nothing else we can do now. Gotta wait for justice and due process.
right on. Amy says, I have popsicles. It's not ice cream, but that also sounds good. If you got a red one, I'll take it. Monkey Juice says, message retracted. I can't read it if you retract it. Amanda read it, though. Amanda?
I don't remember what it said now.
Well, you said, no, he won't, Monkey.
Yeah, I know, but I don't remember what Monkey said.
Apparently something that I was going to do.
No, I don't think it was you. I think it was, he made the comment about, nobody will be talking about Charlie Kirk in a month or so.
Yeah, write that down. Watch and see.
Or
That is a wave that is going to change the world, and it's not going to stop crashing.
he said he'll be forgot about in a month or so.
You watch and see. You write it down that you said that so that I can make you look like a fool in a month or two. And Judy says, LOL, Amy. And Amy says, Turning Point is expanding. I don't think so, Monkey. Yeah, they're changing the name to Tipping Point USA. That's mine, but good one. Rachel says, I can't believe I somewhat agree with Monkey. LOL, right? Amy says, Tucker Carlson is coming to my town in 2 weeks in the place of Charlie. Nice. I'd like to see that.
Turning Point has 120,000 new chapters and is going to have a new chapter in every high school across the country.
Yeah, and they're doing some kind of bill about making it law for something about Turning Point. I haven't heard all the details yet, but they're in the Congress talking about it right now. So
Yeah.
them being not a thing to talk about in a month or so is absolutely false.
Yeah, they're talking about making it a bill to where no school or college can refuse a Turning Point chapter.
There you go. Amy says, I'm on the public waiting list. Students get in first. Right on. I hope you make it in there. And if you do, film it and send me the video. And Rachel says, okay, I really need to sleep and watch some Family Guy. Good night. Enjoy. And get some rest. We love you.
Good night, Rachel.
For the third time. And Rachel, Amanda says,
Night, Rachel.
Bill says, doesn't matter. Just enjoying the show and company. It's YouTube that blocks the comments. Sometimes it is, yeah. And I don't have any control over that either. I don't know why they do it. I don't know what they're using as criteria for doing it. They just do it occasionally. I don't even know if it has anything to do with my show or anything that happens in other places on YouTube coming to this show. I don't know. Amy says, love you, Rachel. You're important. Sweet dreams. I love Family Guy. I loved Family Guy when Seth MacFarlane was doing it. It's gotten a little weird now. Rachel says, love y'all too, heart. And Family Guy is amazing, LOL. I like especially the Star Wars episodes where they do the whole Star Wars trilogy. That's fun. And Big John says, in Britain, we have a turning point in the next town where I live. You should go support them. Kevin says, good night, Rachel. Fab Daddy says, I'm 1 credit away from a liberal arts degree. Well, you should go get it. Stop messing around and go get that education, buddy. I'll support that. What in, by the way? What is the degree for? And 1 credit's not hard to achieve. You could literally do that over the summer. Amy says, liberal arts degree in what, Fab? I got a couple of those too, buddy. And Sue Wood says, my purpose is being annoying. You're doing a great job. No, I'm just kidding. Your purpose is being here. That's why you're here. Fab Daddy says, associate's degree from community college. I changed my major like 5 times. Okay, well, a community college is not a liberal arts degree. That's a community college degree, equally as valid. I'm just saying there's a difference. Amy says, Judy, it takes a while to read the comments, and he will greet you shortly. Amen. Yeah, I'm reading in real time as the comments come to me, and I'm already behind, so I'll get to you eventually. Amy says, in what subject, Fab? Yeah, what did you finally settle on for your major? Last one was welding. Before that, it was an art degree. Also studied media. Right on. Sue says, faints like a damsel in a fortress. Jake is my hero. Thank you, ma'am. Mabel says, my husband protects me just fine, but I appreciate you all. Thank you. If you're in this chat, you're under my purview. You can have a husband, but you're here with us. So enjoy all the protection. Amy says, I have an associate's degree in business, an associate's in general studies with a focus on medical terminology, and a certificate in general studies. Nice, Amy.
And a certificate in badassery.
Sardonic wit. And Judy says, that's okay, Amy. And Sue says, damsel in distress. Yep, not fortress, distress. Got it. I prefer you distressed. I mean, you can wear a dress if you want to, but I'd prefer it to be off.
Dress looks better on the floor.
Judy says, this is how Matt was when I first watched him. Matt who?
Keep going, you'll get more context.
Kevin says, Judy, Jake is nothing like Matt. Oh, wow. Amy says, LOL, Susie. And Amber says, yes, actual biscuits with a slice of American cheese. I got it. Not the chicken biscuit crackers. Got it. And Fab Daddy says, I don't need a piece of paper saying I spent too much money to learn stuff. Fab Daddy, that is exactly why I don't discuss my education when people bring it up as if it's some kind of slight or weapon they can use against me. I just say it's not important. Doesn't matter. That's not going to change the focus of what we're talking about. So why would I share that information? Amber says, I love the cracker chicken biscuit as well. Me too. Those are delicious. I don't even know what it is. It don't taste like a chicken, but it is good. Sue says, Judy, I think success got to him. The Matt guy. I don't know who Matt is. Judy says, nope, I didn't mean that, Kevin. I mean, he talked to everyone and answered everyone's questions. He was nice then. Yeah, regardless of success, that's the platform that I built. That's the very nature, the reason that people come here. So I'm going to keep doing that, whether I get successful or not. I don't do this for success. I do it for a reason, but it's not success. But I wouldn't mind success if it came. Amy says, School of Hard Knocks and Busted Knuckles, Sweat and Tears. I got a few degrees in that school, too. And Judy says, I think you are right, Sue. Amy says, love chicken biscuit crackers, especially with the little can of cheese that ain't real cheese, but it tastes like something. Delicious. John says, I am real. Bots don't eat donuts. Amen, brother. Where did Soph go?
I don't know. I think she left.
Kevin says, Judy, Jake will read every comment up until it's time to call it a night, which was 15 minutes ago. But since I was late, I'm going to go a little longer.
You're getting close to the bottom now, I think.
Okay, good. Amber says, how do we post a profile picture? You have to go into your settings and go to your account settings, and then it'll be in there.
I would just skim past those. That conversation goes on for a good little minute.
Okay. Kevin says, Amanda, help Amber. Sue says, well, I just remembered I have uploaded photos on Facebook page. I'm not anonymous. Well, that's good. Judy says, yep, that's the way Matt was too. This guy seems really nice. Thank you, Judy. I appreciate that. I will do my best to live up to that. Amber says, help me. Dare I ask why, Kevin? So you can get a profile picture up. That's what you asked for. Amy says, go to your account, Amber. Click on the circle, upload a picture, and then save it. And Kevin says, Judy, this is the Bible study I've been attending. Not tonight. Tonight's Politi-tics. We're talking about political stuff. Tomorrow night and Monday night will be Bible study, but this is the place. And please come join us, Judy. I think you'll enjoy it. And Sue says, Judy, he is. You'll like Jake. Thank you, Sue. Amber says, LOL. Judy says, I think I will, Sue. Thank you, Judy. Kevin says, Amber, Amanda can help you with the profile picture. And Judy says, he does Bible study too? Oh, yeah. That's the main focus of the show. We do chill stream on Wednesday and Friday and Politi-tics on Saturday. And then Sunday and Monday we do Bible study, which is the real reason we're here. The rest of it's just fishing for people, you know. It's a little entertaining. It's a little let your hair down, relax a little, talk about whatever. And then Politi-tics is everything with a political bent for the week. And then we get into Bible study, and it's serious. Kevin says, Judy, yes. And Amber says, no worries. I'm just stoned. Kevin says, Judy, Sunday and Monday at 8 p.m. on Sunday and 8:30 on Monday, Eastern Standard Time. But if you'll hit that subscribe button and hit the bell icon, you'll get notifications of when I'm going to be online. So every time I go live, you'll get a notification. Fab Daddy says, you can change your YouTube avatar in settings. Kevin says, Fab Daddy, can you explain to Amber how to do that? Nowhere near the bottom. Amber says, see. Amy says, see my comment above. And Sue says, are you a millionaire? Who? Me? I'm working on my second $1 million right now. I gave up on my first, but I'm working on my second $1 million right now. Amber says, my YouTube account. Yes. And Kevin says, Fab Daddy, sorry, the cap lock was on. It happens. Amy says, I wish I had $1 million. I'd settle for a quarter of that. Money doesn't bring happiness, but it makes things easier. Yeah, money will not buy happiness, but it will buy a jet ski. Have you ever seen anybody frown on a jet ski? It's physically impossible to do.
Yeah, it is a little for longer than I thought it was.
Big John says, sorry, everyone. I should have said more context about profile pic. It's all right, buddy. Amber says, be right back. And Amanda says, oh, yeah, Elizabeth. So we're that far back.
Oh, yeah.
Fab Daddy says,
We're-
get out of live if you on a phone. Bottom of the screen will have your name. Click your name and then click on the avatar. It'll bring you to settings.
Yeah, we're still an hour behind it.
I'm going to skip all this then. And Judy says, what circle, Amy? I clicked on my J circle It doesn't say anything about a picture. Sue says, I wish he made a song with my name in it. I'll see if I can't write one, Sue. And Victor says, is there like 100 love songs with your name in it, Sue? Isn't there? Probably. There's definitely Susie Q and Runaway Sue and several Sue songs. Fab Daddy says, minimize the stream. Amy says, I missed it. I was typing. Judy says, I found out how to do it on my computer, but I don't have any pictures of me there. And John says, I changed mine. Amy says, you took my breath away. And Fab Daddy says, click your name. Top left will have your avatar. Click or ticket. Click it or ticket. Patty says, that's $1 million song. Thank you. I wish I could make $1 million giving it away, but I don't think that's going to happen. Amber says, did it work? Not yet.
LOL, yeah, Amy.
Amy says, no. Amber says, I see no. Blah. Big John says, see, I'm not a bot. You're not a bot. Sue says, I think I uploaded a profile picture now. Yep, I see one. Fab Daddy says, I changed my pic. Yep, I see yours too. Amy says, be right back. Sue says, 8-Ball, will I sleep well tonight? 8-Ball says, the heavens point to yes.
See, Debbie, Linda, and Amy, look at Fab's picture. I wasn't wrong. LOL.
Are you still talking about that guy with the
Toilet paper rolls?
toilet paper rolls?
Uh-huh.
Fab Daddy says, ha. Amber says, I think I figured out what I'm doing tomorrow. I hope you're coming to Bible study.
She's trying to figure out how to do her picture.
Big John says, prayers, Amber. Prayers and hearts. Sue says, I used a picture of me in a Mary Antoinette dress that I made. Nice. Stay away from the cake. Judy says, praying for Amber. Fab Daddy says, my pic is almost a year old. That was my Halloween look. Nice. I don't even know what's on my pic. Amy says, I sent screenshots to help y'all with the profile pic. And ha. And Judy says, it won't let me add a picture. Maybe because I open in 2 places. That might be. Amy says, nice, Susie. And it's okay, Judy. I know you're real. And Judy says, I'll try again when he's done. Big John says, bless everyone in chat and your families. Prayers and hearts. Thank you, John. Bless you too, my friend. And I hope you have a great night. Judy says, thank you, John. Bless you too. Amy says, this is nice. I've got a lot of my family around me in chat tonight. It is nice. It's nice to look up there and see 108 views. It's nice to look up there and see 20 people watching currently. I wish it was 200, but I'll take what I can get. Big John says, I'm real. Bots aren't that ugly. You're not ugly, John. You're a man.
And don't eat chicken nuggets, right, Nugget?
And Sue says, he drinks tequila and she talks dirty in Spanish. Amy says, the pictures I sent are slightly out of order, Amber. Judy, you'll figure it out. Amy says, smiley face. Fab Daddy says, yeah, back to a classic pic. Now you changed your picture again, I see.
Yeah, thank God.
Now we don't have to look at your face. Just kidding. Sue says, Nugget, no, you're not. Judy says, how did you get a crown? Now, that is a thing that YouTube is doing. It's an incentive to chat more, and ultimately they're trying to get you to super chat because it gives you more points if you do that. That's not anything that's mine. That's all YouTube. Just ignore it if you don't want to play along.
You can actually turn it off.
Yeah. I guess you can turn it off if you want to. Amber says, cool. Yay, me. You got your picture up. All right. Nice. Amber says, it's me. Smiley, smiley. That's not even funny. Amanda says,
Judy, it's a YouTube incentive to chat and super chat.
yep. Big John says, oh, thank you, Sue. I'm 54 or dressed like a 25-year-old. We all do these days. Amy says, YouTube has a participation thing. It's more a person's comments. The more experience points you gain. The top 3 get crowns. Super chats and super stickers give you experience points. Right on. But if you want to send me money, you can do it by Super Chat or Cash App, $ Jake Johnson Band. Entirely up to you if you want to do that or not. I am brought to you by viewers just like you, so if you want me to keep coming, it's cool to help me do that, but that's entirely your choice. Amber says, follow the money. You know what I got to say about that?
VJ.
Yep. Judy says, cool, Amy. Fab Daddy says, nice duck face, Amber. Amber says, thanks, quack, quack. Amy says, no, Amber, it's me, got blocked last night. He did. You guys can go and read what he wrote on last night's video and what I responded to him with, and then you'll understand why I blocked him. I've been putting up with that for 2 years now, or probably longer than that. That last night was the straw that broke the camel's back. Camel. Amber says, Amy, smiley face. Amy says, luck dragon. Never ending story. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Amber says, this picture is better than the blank purple circle. It is. It's a good picture. Good, strong picture. Nice jawline. Big John says, facial. Hey. Amy says, Falcor. That's it. Falcor's the luck dragon's name in Neverending Story. A True was the horse's name, and he got them mixed up, Nugget. I get them mixed up, Nugget. Yeah, he died in a bog of mud, right? Big John says, spelling shit. Sorry. Understood. Amy says, or was it Ardix? I think there was an X. I can't remember. I haven't seen that movie in like 30 years. It's been such a long time since I watched it, right? Jelly Bean says, message retracted. I can't read it if you retract it, Jelly Bean. Welcome to the show. Amy says, hi, Jelly Bean. Welcome. Amanda says,
Hi, Jelly Bean. Welcome, and no, we talk about everything here.
that's right. Anything you want to talk about, Jelly Bean, come on, hit me back. Fab Daddy says, a True was the boy fighting the darkness approaching. Falcor was the white dog-looking dragon. And what was the name of the horse? That's what we're looking for.
It's in there.
Amy says, it's okay to disagree, Jelly Bean. Say what you want. Try starting with hello. Right on. Yeah, this is a grown-ups chat. We talk to each other.
Like grown-ups.
Like grown-ups. Amy says, thanks, Fab. What was the horse's name? And Jelly Bean says, I don't disagree, but I think both sides need to calm the fuck down. Well, you know, you start first. We were calm. We offered debate at a table. Our guy got shot for that. So the time for calming down's over. Now we're going to shut this shit down, put a stop to all the nonsense, and every time somebody flaps their lips when they're too young to hold their own ground, we're going to put them back down in the seat and say, shut the hell up, child. Let the adults talk. The time for tolerance is over. Fab Daddy says, I don't recall. Amy says, I'm calm. Please like and subscribe. Right on. Amanda says,
Amy and Never Ending Story?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that at the time.
Well, what's the horse's name?
It's in there. Keep going.
Okay. Amy says, yep. Big John says, Charlie was a highly intelligent person and he loved God. Thumbs up. Exactly. Which is why we're so beat up about it. Amy says, Artex. I Googled it. All right. Artex was the name of the horse. I knew there was an X in it. Amanda says,
Never Ending Story are Falcor, a beloved luck dragon, and Artrax and Arterius, loyal horse. Other notable creatures include the Rockbiter, a friendly stone-eating being, and a mork.
Gamork.
A wolf-like creature representing the nothing.
Right.
The story also features a wide variety of fantastical beings with the land of Fantastica, such as three-dimensional racing snail and the sleepy bat.
Amy says, amen, Nugget. Jellybean says, the Bible is a good piece of history. Having the 10 Commandments in schools is a piece of history, not a violating of free expression. I agree. I think you're absolutely right. I think they should have the 10 Commandments in the schools and in the courthouses, being that our laws are based on the Moses' laws, and the 10 Commandments are strongly upheld in our law system today. I think they should be there. I don't think that has anything to do with pushing a religion on somebody. That's just the law that we follow as the land. This is a Christian nation. It was founded by Christians to be a Christian nation. So the idea of separation of church and state is not in the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence. The only place you'll find it is in the Federalist Papers, which are just letters sent back and forth between the Founding Fathers to try and figure out what they wanted to believe in. It didn't make it, so clearly that wasn't one they wanted to believe in. And Linda says, good night, all. See you next time. Hearts and smiley faces. Linda, thank you, love. Good night. Have a great evening. Enjoy your family. We'll see you tomorrow night. Love you. Amy says, thanks, Jamie.
Good night, Linda, hun.
Amy says, good night, Linda. Heart. Amber says, good night, Linda, heart.
You're welcome, Amy.
Big John says, good night, Linda, heart. Amber says, Amy, is my picture inappropriate? Eek. No. Are your boobs out? Judy says, good night, Linda. Amy says, I think the files are long gone, deleted. Agreed. That's the Epstein files. Amy says, Amber, you're beautiful.
No, Amber, it's good.
Big John says, Amber, definitely not. Amber says, thank you, Amy. I'm here on your invite. Just saying. What, are you saying you're not here because you like it? You're just here because she asked you to come? You hadn't found anything you want to stick around for? Judy says, me too, Amber. Patty says, what is happening? You see it. Me trying to get to the bottom.
Amber, you're welcome here anytime, with or without an invite. You're family now.
Amen. That goes for you too, Judy. And Jellybean and anybody else that's here. Come on back. We're trying to build a family here. Hit that subscribe button. Be part of the solution, not part of the problem. Amber says, love y'all just how I am. I was only worried about hers. Okay. Hers what? Opinion? Picture? Big John says Savile was a monster. Yes, he was, and so was Epstein. But those are just characters that are taking the place of the evil that will exist long after they're gone. They're just a thing you can point at and say, there's the bad guy. But they're not the bad guy. They're just the front. They're the avatar of the bad guy. Remember that. You put them away, the evil's still there. People are still doing the things that they were guilty of. Amber says, goof, or good, the picture. Goof, the picture. I already know how you feel about me, picture or not. Maureen Flood. Flood, long time no see. How are you, sweetie? Okay, what I stumble into. Well, you've been here before. You know what you stumbled into. And Judy says, hey, Maureen. I'm actually just trying to get to the bottom of the chat before I completely lose my voice.
I'm getting there.
Aaron says, I had to step out. What did I miss? Not much.
Hi, Maureen. Long time no see. Welcome back.
Yes, welcome. Amy says, hi, Maureen. Welcome back. Amber says, Maureen, smiley faces and hearts. Maureen says, hi, Judy. Hi, Amanda. Amy says, hi, Aaron, heart. Aaron says, hey, Amy. Maureen says, hey, Amy. Hi, Amber. Judy says, hey, Aaron. Aaron says, I said bye to my boy. Did you tell him I sang him happy birthday? Big John says, Saville was a chairman of the Children's Hospital. Did you know that in Aylesbury, sicko? Yes, I did know that. I also know that he used that hospital to prey on young people and was accused of preying on them after they died and even taking a couple on his boat. So, yeah, he was a monster, but he is just a face of the evil that exists beyond him. He only was allowed to get away with that because people in the higher places wanted to get away with it too. So they let him so that he could be a conduit for that. Which is why the evidence will never come out. Amber says, Maureen, I'm happy you're here. Smiley faces and dancing. Amy says, how'd it go, Aaron? Maureen says, Amy invited me, smiley face. And Judy says, she invited me too, Maureen. Amber says, me too, Maureen. She's awesome, huh? Yes, she is. And quite the warrior for the channel. So take time to show appreciation to her for helping me bring it together because she's doing a good job. Maureen says, she's a great lady. Yes, she is. And Judy says, yes, she is. And Amber says, LOLOL, jinx. Aaron says, great, Amy. And Maureen says, Amber, LOL. Aaron says, dorking with Lederhosen. What's that? Amy says, ha, 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 ha. And Amber says, Amy, see the happiness you spread? Love you, Miss Lady, ma'am. Hearts and smiley faces. Daryl with Larry, says Amy. Right on. And Judy says, happy birthday, Aaron, son. And thank you. I hit that like and share. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Amanda says,
Amy is great. Thank you for all the new people. We love you.
yes. Fab Daddy says, 2 and 5, everybody. See you soon. Fab Daddy, God bless you, my friend. Thank you for being here.
Night, Fab.
Amy says, I get the feeling people are talking to me. Love y'all. Yeah, they're talking to you. And Big John says, good night, Fab. Thumbs up. And Judy says, bye, Fab. Amy says, Bible study tomorrow night, Fab. Good night. And Maureen says, hi, Jake. Hi, Maureen. Nice to see you.
LOL. I was Amy.
Sorry, my voice is so scratchy tonight. Amy says, MSDNC is worse than CNN, and that's bad. I agree. Now it's MS Now, because they don't want to be associated with the DNC anymore. Amber says, hugs, y'all. See you tomorrow night. Prayers and smiley faces. Amber, thank you for being here. We love you. See you tomorrow night. Come get some Bible in you. That
Night,
helps.
Amber.
Amy says, sweet dreams, Amber, love. Sorry, sweet dreams, Amber. Love you. Take care of yourself, heart. And Amber says, Maureen, smiley prayers, heart. Dancing. So happy to see you, heart, smiley face. Maureen says, good to see you too, Amber. Amy says, I sign off and continue to listen to comments too. Or continue to listen and comment too. Me too. Amy says, Debbie and Kevin have been quiet. Yes, they have. You guys all right? Did y'all fall asleep?
They have each other tied up, Amy.
Amy says, swapping emotional support pickles.
LOL. Pickle juice.
Gross. Amy says, or Judy says, LOL. And Big John says, I hope it's not a trans pickle. Gross. And Judy says, Matt at the Dumb Show. Ah. And you were so much nicer than him, Jake. Thank you. I try. I can get mean, though. I let the cracking out every now and then. But it's righteous meanness. I don't do it to be mean. I do it because people push at me. And I push back. Amy says, poor Jake, his voice is getting worse. Yeah, I'm tired. I can only last for about an hour and then it starts fading.
Yes, Amy, so he won't be able to talk dirty to me tonight.
At all, for that matter. Amy says, does he have a peppermint? It doesn't help. No, it's like a dry spot right there in my throat. Amy says, hand him one. Amanda says, yes, Amy. But he won't eat it. You do your lines.
Yes, Amy, but he won't eat it.
Big John says, I'm saying good night, everyone. Have a blessed night with your pickles. Much love. Big John, God bless you, my friend. Thank you for being here. I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow night. Bible study. Amy says, good night, Nugget.
My chat jumped.
Just say good night, Nugget.
Night, Nugget.
And Judy says, night, Big John. Aaron says, I made it home. Excellent. Glad you made it home, buddy.
Awesome, Aaron.
Amy says, Aaron, hugs. Aaron says, I've been missing everyone. We've been missing you too, buddy. I'm glad you're here. But you needed to be with your son tonight. My chat jumped. Where am I at?
12:18.
Every time I get near the bottom, it jumps.
Yep.
Amy says, I missed you too, Aaron. Aaron says, back, Amy. I think something now agreeing with my stomach. Not agreeing with my stomach. Eat too much cake. Maureen says, you make good music too. Thank you, Maureen. I appreciate that. Amy says, take some Pepto-Bismol. Get a tablespoon of baking soda and a big glass of water, Aaron.
Hell with Pepto-Bismol. Get this guy a doctor.
Aaron says, I'll be good. Amy says, I have his album saved in my bookmarks, Maureen. And Maureen says, yep, I remember him posting it. I'll figure out the icon thing later, LOL. Amy says, it's not required, but you are a beautiful woman, Maureen. Yeah, show them beautiful looks off. But it isn't required. You don't have to have a picture. Maureen says, thank you, Amy. And Jake, if you have doubts about me, I'm the Catholic who turned in a good bit back. Oh, I remember. I know exactly who you are. And I have no doubts about you.
We remember you, Maureen.
Amy says, he remembers you, Maureen. The other day, he said he hoped you would come back. Sure did. And Patty says, good night, all. Thank you, Miss Amanda and Jake. Peace, prayers. Patty, thank you for being here, love. Have a good night. We'll see you next time. And Maureen says, I'm back, still Catholic. Hope that's okay. It's perfectly okay. As long as you know that I'm against the general teachings of the Catholics and you're okay with me saying my piece on it, I'm okay with you being Catholic. Doesn't matter to me at all. I'm here to teach what the Bible says, nothing else.
Night, Patty Hun.
I like you just fine, regardless of what religion you are. Amy says, some topics people can agree to disagree, and that is the way it's supposed to be. Right on. Yeah, I'm not here to try and convert you. That's not my job. All my job is to educate what the Bible says. That's it. I have my personal beliefs, but that doesn't reflect on you in any way. Amy says, good night, Patty. And Maureen says, I'm glad, Amy. Amanda says,
Absolutely, Maureen. We don't care what religion you are. We just teach about God. Everyone is welcome.
absolutely. And what would Charlie do, says Amy, right?
Yes, Maureen. We may not always agree, but we discuss it like adults and remain friends.
Right. Whether or not we have the same religion is irrelevant. That doesn't matter. People are going to believe what they believe. I'm interested in the truth, and that's it. So when I teach the Bible, that's all I'm looking at is what the Bible says. I'm not here to save you. I'm not here to convert you. Hopefully my message will lead you to God if you haven't already found him. But if you feel like you've already found him, then you're fine. Maureen says, good. I've been trying to study on my own, but sadly I'm slow. Learning disabilities mess with me. I hear you. That's why people like me exist, to make it easier for people that have learning disabilities. And Maureen says, Amanda. Smiley face, I think.
Yes.
And Amanda
Or heart.
says,
Jake is a great teacher and breaks it down so it's easy to understand.
thank you. Maureen says, oh, good. Aaron says, thank you, Jake and Amanda, for all you have done for all of us. And we need you always. Well, I need you too, Aaron. We need good soldiers. We are in a spiritual battle, and we need good soldiers. And you are a good soldier. Amy says, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. We got lots of toys here that I can play with, from ducks and trains to video games. That's the rest of the song I know.
Thank you for being here, Aaron.
Mommy, wow, I'm a big kid now. Turn that frown upside down. Two all beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese.
Mommy Wow is pull up.
I know.
Okay.
That was the part of the song I don't know.
Oh.
Stick with the program, kid. Maureen says, Amy, you're showing my age, LOL. Amy says, ha, ha, ha. It's in there. Keep going. Amy says, family is handpicked. I'm with family here. You certainly are.
LOL, Amy.
Amy says, Amanda, smiley face. Aaron says, thank you for having me.
Absolutely, Aaron.
Read.
Maureen says, you'd be surprised what is passed as social studies in middle school. As a substitute, I skipped the prayers the kids were being taught as map type info. It was Islamic. Wow.
Map type info. You mean minor attracted persons or like something else? Yeah, social studies isn't social studies anymore. It's propagandizing and indoctrinating. If you're a substitute teacher, I hope and I pray that you're doing as much as you can to uneducate these children and put their minds back on real education.
She said no geography.
It's
Map.
like that. Big John says, and the little old man with the telescope in the never-ending story. Right? Maureen says, she might stay for your music. I hope so. Judy says, thank you, Jake. Judy, thank you. I hope you come back tomorrow night and come do some Bible study with us. I think you'll like it. It is not what you expect. And Maureen says, Judy, you'll like it here. Thank you, Maureen. Judy says, I think you're right. Thank you, Judy. Amy says, wow, I can believe that, Maureen. About the social studies. Yeah, it's terrible what kids are learning these days. I don't know how they get away with it. Aaron says, the chick with 7 dudes in the woods. I was like, something's wrong with this. Are you talking about Snow White?
Yes.
Yeah, get a good look at all Disney movies. They're all weird. There's always something under the surface that as an adult you'll see it, but as a child you won't see it. Like The Little Mermaid, who trades her body for legs so that she can hook up with a dude, which is all well and good except for she's 13. And the person that's in charge of looking out for her lets her do it. And obviously that love doesn't last. So she traded her body, which is a fish body, for something that isn't her body, which is a human body. And now she's stuck with it forever. Is that not trans ideology being taught in a cartoon? That if you wish hard enough, you can turn into something you're not, and everybody else in the world will just deal with it? All Disney cartoons are weird. Maureen says, Amy, I couldn't stop it outright, but I could skip it on the days that I was there. Well, thank you for doing that. You are a true hero. And Maureen says, thank you.
LOL, Aaron. I can't imagine sleeping with that many people. Shaking my head.
Amy says, 7 dudes in the woods. I missed something somewhere. Snow White, I think is what he's talking about. 7 dwarves. And Maureen says, thank you for appreciating all Amy does. She's awesome. Oh, yeah, she's a warrior for sure. I don't know what I'd do without her. Aaron says she lived with him, so Amy, it seemed like a regular thing. And Amy says, oh, Snow White, duh. Right, says Aaron.
LOL, Amy.
Maureen says, what time is Bible study? 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday and 8:30 on Monday.
Amy says 8 on Sunday, 8:30 on Monday. And Aaron says, more like Snow Bunny, right? By the way, if you'll hit that subscribe button and press the bell icon right next to it and hit all, you'll get a notification every time I go online, which is 5 nights a week at 8:30, 4 nights a week at 8:30, 1 night a week at 8. But you'll get a notification on your email and on your computer that I'm going live 30 minutes before the show. And so you'll know to join us. Try a hot toddy for that throat, says Maureen. I will. And Maureen says, thanks, Amanda.
You're welcome, Maureen.
Maureen says, thanks, Amy. Kevin says, y'all, I'm going on way too late tonight. I know. I'm trying. And Aaron says, Jake, Ethan, yay. Your son's name is Ethan. Thank you. I don't think I knew that. And if I did, I apologize for forgetting it. And Maureen says, hi, Kevin. And Kevin, go to bed, man. I'm just rounding up to the end now. I love you, brother. Thank you for everything you do. And Amy says, I share it every show, Maureen. Yes, you do. Amy says, good night, Kevin. I thought you fell asleep. And Aaron says, that guitar is badass. Which one?
I'm thinking the one you're playing in your Jake picture. It's the only one that, or the one you were just playing earlier. I don't know.
Are you talking about my guitar there? Thank you. Yeah, that's my workhorse. And Judy says, they were talking about you, Kevin. Did you really have Deb tied up? LOL. And Debbie says, Kevin and I are sexting. Nice. Enjoy that. Maureen says, yep, I had been occupied elsewhere before, but we'll tune in tomorrow. Excellent. Thank you, Maureen. I look forward to seeing you. Big John says, breaking news. Prayers for everyone in Southport, North Carolina. Mass casualties. What happened in Southport? I haven't heard. Judy says, they said you were tied up with a pickle. LOL. That's funny. And Judy says, no, Amy says, sounds like fun, Debbie. And Aaron says, Big John, what happened? And Maureen says, where in Southport? Kevin says, hello, Maureen. Amy says, I looked it up. 3 died, 8 injured. Drive-by boating. A boat shooting. That's terrible. What will they think of next? I'm going out on a limb here and saying this was politically motivated. Watch and see if it turns out that way. Aaron says, oh no. And Amy says, Southport, North Carolina. That's right in my neck of the woods. That's where I'm at. I'm not in Southport, but I'm not far from it. Maureen says, fortunately, we are both grown-ups. Right on. Amy says, prayers. Aaron says, I'll take the green one, Amy. Amy says, 8-ball, will Jake make it to the end of the chat? 8-ball says, nothing. Where did it go? Oh, you did it wrong.
Yeah, you did it wrong. That's 128 miles from us. Wow.
Put the exclamation point on the other side. And Judy says, too close, Amanda. It's getting crazy. I'm sorry for the loss of those who died, and I'm sorry for those who were injured. I really hope we can stop this before it turns into civil war. Aaron says green popsicle. Right, I like the red ones. Amy says green one, what, Aaron? He was talking about your popsicle. Amy says, you're behind in chat, Aaron. Make sure you're on live. A red dot, not a gray one. Tap the screen. And Aaron says, I'm on live. I think he was just scrolling through the chat to see what he missed. Maureen says, no geography. Yeah, I understand that. It's terrible. No civics either, probably. I know when my kids were going to school, they didn't even have social studies. And make America godly again, says Amy. Amen. Maureen says, I was a special ed assistant until 2025 in April when my back was injured. As soon as I'm healed enough, I'll sub again. And yes, I try to guide my kids as much as I can. We need you in that field. Thank you. And Maureen says, we've always needed to censor what kids see, but it's worse now. It's worse, and they're trying to push them in a direction politically, and they shouldn't do that. Leave the kids alone. That's what I say. Let them be kids. Let them learn the things that you need to learn without being indoctrinated, even by Christianity. I think you should be old enough to make your own decision on that. It's all right to put it in their heads, but it's not all right to make them believe what you believe.
Teacher, leave them kids alone.
Right. Amy says, I know you have a lot on your plate, Maureen. Baby steps. Allow yourself to heal. Amen. And Maureen says, I'm trying, Amy. And Judy says, sending prayers, Maureen. Thank you, Judy. Maureen says, thanks, Judy. I can always use a prayer. Well, you're getting them from me, too. Amy says, long suffering. We suffer and suffer. It never ends. But compared to Jesus' suffering, right. Maureen says, I just updated my bell. LOL. Nice. And Judy says, you're welcome. Maureen says, Amy, I try to remember to offer any and all pain, suffering to Jesus for whatever good that might do. It does. You still have to live your life. You still have to go through the things you go through, but Jesus being with you makes a difference. I promise that. Amy says, every good guy that God chose in the Bible suffered, so my mountain of stress is a blessing, really. Amy says, amen, Maureen, and prayers and faith work wonders. Yes, they do. Maureen says, it's Southport, North Carolina, at a marina. 3 dead and 8 injured. It's terrible. Do they know what it's about yet? Amy says, I'm going to bed. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Amy, God bless you, sweetheart. Thank you for everything you do. I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Night, Amy.
I'm going to bed, too. Yeah, Maureen says, I can guarantee it was stupidity-based shooting. I agree. Judy says, night, Amy. Maureen says, my computer is freaking out, so I'll see y'all tomorrow night. Good night, Maureen. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you next time. Love you. And Maureen says, God bless all. And that's it.
Night, Maureen. Glad you're back.
Maureen says, thanks, Amanda. Judy says, good night, Maureen. Maureen says, when I subbed and or taught, I'd get asked about politics, but deferred. Not my place to give them a political position, mostly anyway. I imagine you're a great teacher, and I hope that you have to encounter many, many children and get their minds back on track. Thank you for that. Kevin says, good night, everybody. Good night, Kevin. Maureen says, good night, Judy. And Amanda says,
Nighters all. See you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on Untethered Live for Bible study. Much love, y'all.
Amy, live long and prosper. Thank you all for being here tonight. Have a great night. Thank you for being a part of Politi-tics. Maybe you're a little more stress-free now, or maybe you're riled up. Come see me tomorrow for Bible study. I'll give you the answer to all of this. Have a great night. Thanks for watching. See ya.
Night, y'all.